Dr. Abubakar Atiku Bagudu. Sir, you're welcome. In his usual humble style, I thought he has taken another wife, but I was only told that that was the permanent secretary. So I'm so impressed because I understood some ministers were actually not working with a lot of the civil servants. But, you know, when he first came, the first assignment he did, I think his first public function was the National Bureau of Statistics activity. And today, again, he's introducing something new that is pleasing unto my heart. To any program that you have the buy-in of the minister and the permanent secretary, you are done. It is finished to go. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome Daju Kacholong. Ma, you're welcome. Oh, is it not Daju? Okay, maybe I was given the wrong name. Oh, Deborah. Ha. Ma, don't worry. It's title upon title. I'll get the new one. Thank you, Ma. It's a pleasure to have you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let me have the correct details. I'm also happy to welcome our chief host, the Statistician General of the Federation and National Coordinator of the Nigerian Statistical System, Prince Adeyemi Adeniran. So you're welcome. Thank you very much. We also have with us the representative of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on SDG, Dr. Bala. So you're welcome. MNI. Let me not forget that MNI. We also have with us, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, from okay. Wow. Thank you, ma. I hope I'll also put this on my head. Dr. Deborah Odo, that is the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Budget. Thank you very much, ma. It's a pleasure to have you at this very important occasion. We also have with us from the Global Partnership for SDGs, Mr. Victor Horagu. Mr. Victor, you're welcome, sir. As I said earlier, we shall be taking the introduction in batches as we continue with the program. Just like I said, all right, thank you very much. The Honorable Minister, sir, I was actually looking at the program and I thought the Senior Special Advisor to the President will be here because they have two things in common with the Statistician General. You know, she's a princess and he's a prince. And all her two names started with Ade, and also the Statistician General also Ade. But at this point, since it's not here, may I also have the pleasure to welcome for the welcome address, Prince Adeyemi Adeniran, the Statistician General of the Federation, for his welcome address. Please, may we put our hands together for the Statistician General.
Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, His Excellency Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, CON. Good morning, sir. The Permanent Secretary, Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Dr. Deborah Odo. The representative of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on SDGs, Princess Adefulure, ably represented here today by Dr. Yunusa Bala. The UNICEF team, who has been supporting us on this project. I use you as contact for all other development partners that are here with us today. The representatives of ministries, departments, and agencies of government here present. The state association generals that are here present. Representative of private sectors and academia, civil society organizations that are here present. Dr. Victor from Global Partnership for SDGs, who has also been supporting us on this project. The consultant, Sir Adekunle and his team, directors and distinguished staff of National Bureau of Statistics, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to finally welcome everyone to this long-awaited special event today, which marks the launch of the Power of Data High Impact Initiative in Nigeria and the third national strategy for the development of statistics, which is to be run from 2024 to 2028. Additionally, we also observe the release of the latest update of the Sustainable Development Goals tracking exercise. And thirdly, we'll be providing updates on over 200 SDG-related indicators for the year 2024. These events today represent a major milestone in the development of the nation's statistical system. Today, we are pleased to unveil our vision for the statistical system, along with the roles and responsibility of each stakeholder and the activities we plan to undertake to realize these goals. The Power of Data is one of the 12 United Nations High Impact Initiatives which aimed at speeding up progress toward the Sustainable Development Goals. It was launched by the United Nations Deputy Secretary General, our own, Her Excellency, Madam Amina Mohammed, on the sideline of the United Nations General Assembly in September 2023. The initiative aims to mobilize investment and political backing for national data systems by galvanizing top-level leadership and fostering unified support from the UN country team, the World Bank, and other development partners, civil societies, and private sector. Nigeria aligned with the initiative through the National Bureau of Statistics and the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on SDG in the year 2024. Since then, collaborative efforts have been made to develop a comprehensive roadmap for operationalizing the initiative in Nigeria. With the support and collaboration of partners and stakeholders like the OSAP SDGs, NITDA, State Bureau of Statistics, UN Resident Coordinator, the UNICEF, the World Bank, the UNDP, a Power of Data roadmap has been developed, and that is what we are launching today. with specific role and responsibility for operationalizing the Power of Data initiative in Nigeria. This roadmap document, launched today, is closely aligned in principle and in vision with the third national strategy for the development of services in Nigeria. The document identifies 7 strategic pillars through which activities and programs will be designed to achieve the objective of the power of data. These strategic pillars are as follows. The first one is leadership, governance, and coordination. The second one is partnership among all stakeholders. Data infrastructure and standard is another pillar. Sustainable financing and resource mobilization is the fourth pillar, while capacity building for data production and use is the fifth pillar. Data production, access, and use is another pillar, while the last one was monitoring, evaluation, and learning. On the other hand, leaving the Power of Data document, the National Strategy for the Development of Services, which is expected to run from 2024 to 2028, is also being launched today. It's the third and most recent installment of our effort as the coordinator of the National Statistical System in the country to modernize the system and position it to unlock data dividends for sustainable development in Nigeria. The NSDS is a globally recognized framework for promoting the development of services in countries. For Nigeria, this marks the third phase following the successful implementation of NSDS I, which ran from 2010 to 2014, and the NSDS II, which ran from 2017 to 2021. These 2 rounds of NSDS have achieved notable successes, such as establishing over 30 independent subnational services offices across the states, introducing and institutionalizing electronic data collection, that's the use of CAPI, and producing and publishing record-breaking statistical products across the system. We have produced over 600 statistical products annually since the implementation of NSDS I and NSDS II. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to say that the process of developing the NSDS document was by far the most comprehensive effort that we have made, inclusive and strategic process the Bureau has undertaken in recent times. The consultation with stakeholders was unparalleled. Aside from the national consultation held in Abuja in October 2023, 2 additional zonal consultations took place, one in the north and another one in the south. I remember the Honorable Minister was present at the initiation of the one in Abuja. The participating stakeholders came from the public and private sectors, civil society organizations, academia, and development partners. All of these aimed to create a shared vision of the Nigerian statistical system, a modern system built on a strong foundation and capable of supporting evidence-based governance at all levels within the country, Nigeria. This is what the new NSDS 2024-2028 embodies, an expression of our vision for a transformed and resilient statistical system driven by technology and able to meet the data needs of all users, especially our policymakers. With the alignment of both the Power of Data and NSDS, putting the 2 together, implementation becomes easier and seamless. The activities carried out under the Power of Data roadmap will simultaneously meet the objective of the NSDS and vice versa. My role, therefore, at today's event is to welcome all of us, our most valued guests, starting from the Honorable Minister and others important personalities that are here, to encourage you to commit to and support this new vision of the statistical system. While your presence here already demonstrates your interest in the system development, I encourage you all to go even further after today's event. Let us start from where we are simply committing to the new, what we call RSA mantra in MBS. RSA mantra is not retirement savings account, but the RSA here is recording information accurately and appropriately. That is the R. The S there is sharing information and record you hold and granting necessary access to those information. And the A there is applying evidence consistently in our work that we do, in our processes, including when we are designing programs and projects, as well as when we are making policies. By adopting this mindset and making this small adjustment to our work processes, we observe a significant impact on our development results and greater impact on our citizens. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me once again welcome everyone to this launch and express my deepest gratitude for taking time out of your busy schedule. The Honorable Minister is having another event this same location, but he has decided to start with us because of the importance he attached to data. Those that are close to him will know him. Those that are close to him will know him that he's a data person. Anything about data, he doesn't go with it. And he always makes sure any event that relates to National Bureau of Statistics is given priority. Thank you, Honorable Minister. I hope that the launch of this document will inspire us all to renew our commitment to developing a modernized statistical system in Nigeria. At this point, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, I say a warm welcome to all of you and look forward to a successful launching of the document. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Can we appreciate the Station General once again? Even though he breached the protocol, please, every other person, this is the way in. Your Excellencies, the Honorable Minister, I was just in a hurry to mention the name of Dachu Kacholom, but I've been informed that the real Dachu Kacholom has just arrived, who is the Permanent Secretary of Federal Ministry of Health. Ma, you are welcome. Thank you very much. I had introduced my permanent secretary as you. They didn't know you have moved. Thank you very much. You are welcome, man. Okay. Let me quickly welcome into our midst the UNICEF Deputy Resident Rep, who has just joined us, Dr. Rona Khan. Oh, she's okay. Dr. Rona Khan is still on her way. Okay, well, let me welcome from UNDP, Tony Mohamuza. I hope I got that one, Dr. Tony Mohamuza. Thank you very much. And let me also welcome the consultant on the power of data, Sir Olusegun Adekule of the Triple H Consult. Sir, you're welcome. Thank you very much, sir. We please, may we appreciate the father of the power of data as he set the pace. Thank you very much. You know, the interesting thing is that the members of the high table have been taken over by women. So, and we did that at the African Statistics Day, and it was very interesting. I can now see, okay, It is now 4-4. Equal. Thank you very much. Let me also welcome ACGN, Bridget Ede. She's the Director of PRS, representing the Chairman of National Drug Law Enforcement Agency. You are welcome, ma. Thank you very much. Very powerful people on the table today. Just like I said, with time, I will be recognizing people, but let me, on behalf of all State Statistician General, welcome the Chairman of Statistician Forum, State Statistician Forum, who also doubles as the State Statistician General for Plateau State, Dr. Michael Gonden, as if I saw him. Okay, Lord, at the National Bureau of Statistics, may I, at this point, collectively welcome all directorate members of the National Bureau of Statistics. The reason why we are members of the directorate of the National Bureau of Thank you very much. All of them are growing white beard now because of pressure of work. I want to especially, even before Dr. Ronas arrived, recognize 2 or 3 gentlemen and lady who also have been with us here. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let me recognize Mr. Wayne and the UN resident coordinator who is just seated close to him. Thank you very much. I'm just doing it in badges. Don't worry, every other person that needed to be introduced, I will introduce. But let me round it from Professor Uwakele of the, is he with us? Prophet, you are welcome, sir. That is a specialist on banking and finance from the National State University. So it's always a pleasure to have you. Thank you and welcome. Now, we shall be proceeding to our program, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On the program, what you find are goodwill messages, and I'm going to take them as they come. So let me start on a familiar terrain as I invite the Chairman of State Statisticians Forum, the bedrock to which we start, on behalf of all State Statistician General, Dr. Michael Gonden, for their goodwill message. Please, thank you very much. This way, the AG is very smart. He can jump. He was a jumper when in school. I don't want anybody to.
The Ministry for Budget and Economic Planning, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, my sister Davud Daju, the Statistician General of the Federation. Please permit me to stand on the established protocol. On behalf of the State Statistician Generals here, I want to welcome you all here and urge that even as we launch this NSDA and open data, I believe it will be a policy that statistics will be an instrument that government will use as it drives its policy. I don't have to have much to say, but I all welcome you here and believe that as we proceed, may the good Lord take us through. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At least you have started that. I don't know why. Maybe I'm in a hurry to finish the program that I decided to jump the very important item, which is the opening statement by Princess Oloripe that is being represented by Dr. Balahia MNI. So at this point, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, from the Office of the Senior Special Assistant on SDG to the President, may I invite Dr. Bala, please, to come and deliver his. Please, let's welcome him. This way, sir.
The Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, and that of Health, my senior sister, please permit me to respectfully stand on the well-established protocol for this event. I bring warm greetings from the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Sustainable Development Goals, Her Excellency Princess Adejoke Orolokbe Adeflure, OFR, who is unavoidably absent here today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, recall that world leaders adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in September 2015. With the adoption of the 2030 Agenda, the world leaders envision a present and a future that is economically sustainable, socially inclusive, and environmentally resilient. That vision became a universal call to action to end extreme poverty, safeguard our planet, and ensure all people enjoy peace and prosperity by the year 2030. And since the adoption of the 2030 Agenda, the federal government of Nigeria acted very quickly in operationalizing the global goals. And this is evident with the timely establishment of the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Sustainable Development Goals to provide horizontal and vertical intergovernmental planning and coordination, representation, advocacy and partnership building, resource mobilization and management, and finally, monitoring, evaluation, and reporting for the SDGs. And since 2016, the Economic Recovery and Growth Plan, ERGP 2017 to 2020, the Economic Sustainability Plan of 2021 following COVID-19 pandemic, the current medium-term National Development Plan 2021 to 2025 have all been inspired by the SDGs and the cardinal objectives of the immediate past administration. So taking together the policy, legal, and institutional frameworks established at the national and at the subnational level demonstrate Nigeria's commitment to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And building on our existing work with the National Bureau of Statistics as part of Nigeria's commitment to the SDGs, we have since realigned the national statistical system with the requirements and indicators of the SDGs, so that through the national statistical system, we are then able to track and report progress on the SDGs at the national level. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on the 21st of December 2021, Nigeria became the first country in sub-Saharan Africa to have completely realigned its national statistical system with the requirements and indicators of the SDGs. And in April this year, we launched jointly the Nigeria's Inclusive Data Charter Action Plan as a pivotal step forward in our commitment to inclusivity, equity, and data-driven decision-making in Nigeria. The action has been carefully crafted to ensure the principle of leave no one behind in our pursuit for accurate and representative data. It prioritizes the inclusion of marginalized and vulnerable groups, including persons with disability, children, unemployed youth, women, older persons, and internally displaced persons. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Power of Data High Impact Initiative to be launched today is another expression of our commitment to inclusivity, timely, credible, and disaggregated data for sustainable national development in line with the transformative promise of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The Nigeria Power of Data High Impact Initiative is a product of series of efforts led by the National Bureau of Statistics and the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Sustainable Development Goals, of course supported by the United Nations Development System and our development partners. While Nigeria is now among the few countries that have successfully developed an action plan that promises to unlock data dividend that drives progress on sustainable national development. This initiative will help us to make decisions that are evidence-based across the economic, social, and environmental dimensions of the SDGs. Similarly, the 2024 updated report on the tracking of the Sustainable Development Goals in Nigeria to be presented today is the third in the series of publications on the realignment of the national statistical system. The report is a product of an extensive capacity building at the national and subnational level aimed at strengthening the realigned national statistical system to deliver timely, credible, and reliable data for SDGs tracking in Nigeria. Distinguished guests, colleagues, I would like to express our profound gratitude and appreciation to His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for his continued leadership and for accepting to direct this initiative. Similarly, I would like to appreciate all the institutional members of the Power of Data Technical Committee, especially the National Bureau of Statistics, the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data, the United Nations Development System, the World Bank, Sightsavers International, for their technical leadership and guidance in the design of this action plan. We even look forward to similar commitment during the implementation phase. Let me conclude, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, by reaffirming Nigeria's commitment to the implementation of the SDGs. We remain fully committed to deepening partnerships that enhance capacity to generate and utilize quality data for evidence-based policy making. As we look forward to working more closely with you in line with the 2024 Pact for the Future so that no Nigerian is left behind. I thank you very much for your kind attention, and I wish you all a productive engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me allow my special guest to rest before I introduce him. At this point, let me welcome and introduce into our midst the Deputy Representative of UNFPA, Kwasan Kwao. I hope if I called that correctly. Mr. Kwasan, you're welcome. Thank you very much. As I said earlier, Professor Uche Unwaleke, I understand beside the first, you are also the president of the Capital Market Academies of Nigeria. It's a privilege to have you. I just want to re-emphasize that when it is time, you can also talk to us. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, representing the senior advisor to the President on Policy Coordination, Dr. Hadiza Bala Usman, we have Dr. Aishetu Kabir, who is also the Special Assistant to the President on Delivery and Coordination. Ma, you're welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you very much. We also have with us the representative of the DG National Agency for Space Development, Research Agency. Please, I didn't have your name. Thank you very much, sir. You are welcome. We also have Professor Olubosoye, who is the president of the Microeconomics and Marketing of Nigeria, and who is also serves on the Department of Statistics, University of Ibadan. Prof, you're welcome, sir. Oh, it's a long time. Good to see you again, sir. I cannot forget Ibadan the other time. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, just like I said, I will be taking this introduction one after the other or after a very brief one. Oh, I have another one that disappeared. Okay, I will continue from there. Okay, we have Dr. Ibrahim Abubakar Kana, MNI, Permanent Secretary. Is this Central Services Office? Oh, Office of the... Sir, you're welcome, sir. Thank you very much, sir. You know, the man who wrote it like Chinese. Thank you, sir. Ibrahim Abubakar Kana, he's representing the Secretary to the Federal Government of Nigeria. Federation of the Federation. Thank you very much, sir. We have people with a lot of permanent works here. So this launching is going to be permanent. Thank you very much, sir. And you are very welcome indeed. I'm sure with time you'll share your experiences with us. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I said earlier, we shall be taking goodwill messages, and this is going to be very, very brief, and we are just sampling the people who are going to do that. Let me start with Professor Uche Nwaleke, the President, Capital Market Academies of Nigeria, to please deliver a goodwill message. Please, let's put our hands together for you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Budget, the Secretary, I think I'm not breaking protocol now, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, ably represented by my good friend and brother, Dr. Kana, the PAMSEC, Ministry of Education, sorry, Budget, the SGF, Statistician General of the Federation. Permit me to adopt protocols already established. My name is Uche Waleke. I'm the President of the Capital Market Academics of Nigeria. I'm deeply honored by the invitation to serve as the special guest at this very important national event, marking the launch of the Power of Data, High Impact Initiative in Nigeria, the unveiling of the National Strategy for the Development of Statistics, 2024-2028, and review of the Sustainable Development Goals in Nigeria. Let me begin by commending the National Bureau of Statistics under the visionary leadership of the Statistician General of the Federation, Prince Adeyemi Adeniro, for its unwavering commitment to strengthen Nigeria's statistical system. Over the years, the MBS has continued to play a pivotal role in supporting economic planning, policy formulation, and private sector decision-making through the timely, credible, and transparent publication of official statistics. In particular, I wish to acknowledge the consistency and professionalism demonstrated in the monthly inflation reports. As a matter of fact, we should be expecting that of November today, December 15th, which have become an indispensable tool for policymakers, investors, researchers, and market participants. These reports not only shape macroeconomic discourse, but also enhance confidence in Nigeria's data ecosystem. I also congratulate the Bureau on the successful rebasing of the Consumer Price Index and the GDP, a major technical achievement that further aligns Nigeria's economic indicators with current realities and international best practices. Today's event is both timely and strategic. The launch of the Power of Data High Impact Initiative underscores a growing global and national recognition that data is the backbone of effective governance inclusive growth, innovation, and accountability. By embracing the POE initiative, Nigeria is demonstrating strong political will to mobilize investments, partnerships, and leadership required to build a resilient and responsible national data system capable of accelerating progress toward the Sustainable Development Goals. Equally significant is the unveiling of the NSDS 2024-2028, which provides a coherent roadmap for strengthening the national statistical system over the medium term. This strategy comes at a critical time when demand for high-quality, disaggregated, and real-time data is increasing across all sectors of the economy. The NSDS rightly emphasizes coordination, data governance, capacity development, and innovation, elements that are essential for evidence-based policymaking. The review of the SDGs in Nigeria is another important milestone. It offers an opportunity for honest reflection on progress made, challenges encountered, and lessons learned, while reinforcing the central role of data in tracking outcomes, informing corrective actions, and ensuring that no one is left behind. As president of the Capital Market Academics of Nigeria, an association of leading academics and industry experts, committed to the development of Nigeria's financial sector through teaching, research, and policy engagement, I wish to reaffirm our strong support for the National Bureau of Statistics. We remain committed to collaborating with the NBS in promoting the use of data for research, market development, policy analysis, and capacity building, particularly within the capital market and the broader financial ecosystem. In conclusion, I once again commend the National Bureau of Statistics for this landmark initiative, and I assure you of our continued partnership in advancing a data-driven Nigerian economy. Thank you for the honor of this invitation, and I wish this event every success. Long live the NBS. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that professorial goodwill message. Let me welcome into our midst Her Excellency Jill Felcher, Head of Human Development and Demography, British High Commission. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you very much. I think our UNICEF Deputy Red also arrived, Dr. Rona Khan. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you very much. Let me also, in the same manner, welcome our brother and friend of the NBS from the Office of the Vice President, the Economic Advisor to the President, Dr. Tope Fafra. Sir, you're welcome, sir. Thank you very much. This is the man that never fails NBS, any day, any time. Call him in the night. Don't know whether he behaved the same to other agencies, but we thank you. At least we know our own. Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. At this point, may I invite the representative of the senior advisor to the president on policy, who also represents Mrs. Dr. Bala Usman, for our representative please to come and deliver the goodwill message. Please, let's put our hands together for her.
Permanent Secretary Dr. Kanya, the Permanent Secretary of Budget and Health, Statistician General, allow me to stand on a distinct protocol. Distinguished guests, good morning. On behalf of the Special Advisor to the President on Policy and Coordination, I bring you warm greetings from Central Results Delivery and Coordination Unit. Let me begin by congratulating the NBS under the leadership of the Statistician General of the Federation, Prince Adeyemi, for the launch of 3 important documents: Power of Data High Impact Initiative, the NSDS, and the review of the SDGs. When these reports were presented to our office, Dr. Bala Usman was not just receptive, she was genuinely excited. And that's really not surprising. Begin with good data. And in the Office of the Special Advisor, our mandate is simple but it's demanding. It's to ensure that national priorities translate into results, that policies do not exist in silos, and that implementation is tracked, coordinated, and delivered. None of this is possible without credible, timely, and accessible data. We often say something in our office. We say that policy without data is just an opinion. And opinion, no matter how confident you are, does not move a nation forward. So data allows us to ask the right questions, identify what is working, and most importantly, ensure that government action is actually improving the lives of citizens. On a lighter note, there's also something we say in our office. We learned that data has a special power. It shortens meetings. Once the numbers are on the table, conversations are clearer, they're faster, and everybody suddenly agrees on way forward. And that is the efficiency that strong national data systems bring to government. And so the Power of Data initiative actually speaks directly to this. By strengthening the national data systems and fostering that partnership across government, this initiative provides the backbone Nigeria needs to accelerate progress on the NDGs and also the broader national goals. And the NSDS is also timely as we navigate complex economic, social, and demographic challenges. We must move beyond, anecdotal decision-making to measurable outcomes, tracked indicators, and accountable delivery. And the special advisor always says that strategy without data is just an aspiration. Strategy with data is execution. So let me assure you that the Office of the Special Advisor on Policy Coordination remains a committed partner in this journey. We will continue to champion the use of data across MDAs, strengthen coordination, and ensure that evidence sits at the heart of policy design, implementation, and monitoring. So in closing, I once again commend the NBS and all the partners that were involved in this important work. May these initiatives not only be launched successfully, but fully implemented, sustained, and translated into real impact for Nigerians. Thank you, and I wish you a wonderful and successful event.
Thank you. That was Dr. Aishetu Kabir, Special Assistant to the President on Delivery, speaking on behalf of the Senior Advisor to the President on Policy Coordination. Thank you for adding values to that. With figures, conversations take a shorter time, longer arguments are reduced, and enough evidence to convict or to acquit. I think that is what it's trying to say. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me also welcome Surveyor Benga Opola from the Office of the Surveyor General of the Federation. Benga, please. Thank you very much. Yeah, you sat in a position where you can survey this place very well. Thank you. God bless you. Let me move quickly. I invite from the UNFPA, Kosan Kao, Deputy Representative, to make his own remarks. Please forgive me if I didn't get that name correct. Please let's put our hands together for him.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. And allow me to abide by the protocol already established. On behalf of the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, and on behalf of our representative, Ms. Miguel Mafico, I am very glad and privileged to participate today in the launch of the Nigeria Power of Data High Impact Initiative. This event signifies Nigeria's bold transition to a new era where data is acknowledged as a strategic national resources, essential for guiding development, improving governance, and ensuring national prosperity. The Power of Data High Impact Initiative, which is globally led, co-led by UNFPA and UNICEF, answers the UN Secretary General call for transformative action to unlock data's potential for sustainable development goals. And as part of today's events, a number of reports will be launched. The Power of Data Action Plan for 2025-2030, the National Strategy for the Development of Statistics 2024-2028, and the revised SDG Tracking Report 2024. These documents do not stand alone. They form a comprehensive, forward-thinking structure that will significantly enhance Nigeria's capacity to collect, manage, and efficiently use data to achieve tangible results. They reflect a unified national commitment for making data cornerstone of policies, formulation, planning, accountability, and investment. The launch also underscores Nigeria's dedicated to embrace the power of data through several initiatives. As UNFPA, we advocate for the fundamental importance of population, placing people at the core of development to ensure every individual has the rights and opportunities to reach their full potential. Therefore, the Power of Data initiative is central to UNFPA mandates and supporting crucial data related to population trends, sexual and reproductive health, and gender equality. Our sustained commitment to Nigeria's statistical system is evident through support to census preparedness and implementation, to enhancing key national surveys, the NDHS and the MIX, advancing demographic intelligence and geospatial analysis, improving administrative data system, and promoting robust disaggregation by gender, age, disability, and geography to ensure national data sets accurately reflect all population groups. Today is a moment for both celebration and a call for collective action. The success of this initiative hinges on committed leadership, coordinated partnership, innovations from private sector, academic expertise, and civil society engagement. When data is harmonized and fully utilized, it serves as a powerful equalizer, grounding policies in evidence, supporting maternal survival, expanding youth opportunities, ensuring marginalized communities are counted, and ultimately guaranteeing that no one is left behind. So UNFPA wholeheartedly reaffirmed a steadfast commitment to supporting the government of Nigeria in building a data ecosystem that is robust, inclusive, interoperable, and sustainable. We commend the leadership of the National Bureau of Statistics and the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on SDGs, and thank all partners for the collaboration. Together, we will transform Nigeria's bold vision into transformative results. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, can we appreciate him the more? Very soon we'll be rounding up with the last two speakers as I invite my chemistry teacher, Mr. Khan, who is now the deputy rep of UNICEF, Dr. Rona Khan. Don't mind me, she wasn't a teacher, just like my chemistry teacher was Dr. Khan, so I still remember that name very well. Thank you. Please, let's put our hands together for her.
Good
let me also follow the established protocol for the sake of time. On behalf of my representative, Wafa Said, I'm really honored to join you at this very important launch of Power of Data initiative. As was mentioned by many colleagues before, this is indeed a milestone for Nigeria's commitment to evidence-based, evidence-driven development. And I want to acknowledge the leadership of the government of Nigeria, the SG, of the National Bureau of Statistics, and all the partners who continue to champion the role of high-quality data in accelerating the national progress and making sure to put data at the heart of decision-making for children and communities across the country. I think we know by now the importance of data. And also we know the challenges that we face nowadays to get the robust, accurate data for decision making. But as I'm representing UNICEF, let me just focus a little bit on the children of this country. We have more than 100 million children under 18 years of age, almost the half of the population in Nigeria. So the largest child population in Africa. And it needs evidence-based solution. At UNICEF, we strongly believe that every child counts, and so should every data point. Data is not just statistics. It is the voice of every child who needs access to health, who needs access to education. They need to be protected, and also opportunities to thrive. And it is only possible when we have accurate data, timely data. And stronger data is essential to ensure that no child is left behind, whether out of school or if they're missing their basic right, the vaccination, or even sometimes affected by conflict, so that we can also support that community and the child. And I strongly believe that this initiative will equip the national system to generate and use data that improves outcomes of children and communities. Now, we know that it's called the power of data. To me, it's not just a system or technology, because there will be technologies, artificial intelligence, digital system related to this. But it is about the power in policymakers to reach the unreached. It's the power to respond to emergencies faster. It's the power to direct resources with evidence and information where they can make the biggest differences. Imagine a Nigeria, whether a mother in rural Sokoto, in a remote area, never misses a chance to vaccinate her child because the policymakers have information where a child is missed. Imagine a governor in South, Southeast, or South-South can identify where communities are most at risk from flooding, because these are predictable occurrences that happens in this country. A policymaker in Abuja can see in real time where the children are dropping out of school and respond quickly enough to bring them back. And every NBS officer, ministry, analyst, and state of officials has the skill and tools to make data work for them. Let me also congratulate all partners involved in bringing this initiative of life. From UNICEF's side, we were supposed to get a global presence in this meeting. So you can imagine our involvement in the power of data along with our sister agencies. Our regional director is actually monitoring and also wants to make some involvement in the social media as well. So he's also monitoring this program very, very closely. And so the success of this initiative also depends not only with one agency. We need collective partnership, government leadership, which is already present, all the development partners who are present here, and the private sector, civil society, and communities themselves. Please remember that each of us, we hold a piece of puzzle, And so our sincerity and commitment can make things turn around for Nigeria. From UNICEF's side, we are fully committed and very proud to stand with the government of Nigeria, the NBS, for its people. And also, we have other partners, UNFPA, World Bank, UNDP. All of us need to do our part of our responsibility and accountabilities as well. And finally, let this be a call to action. The true power of data is realized only when it is used. Because I know that in Nigeria, we generate a lot of evidence. As we are speaking, the multiple indicator cluster surveys are actually happening across the country. But also, we need to use the data to translate into impact. And together, let's be committed to use it boldly, wisely, and for the benefit of every human being in Nigeria, especially for children. As I said earlier, behind every number is a child, a family, a community. And by investing in data, we invest in their future. Not only future, their presence as well. So let us build a Nigeria where data drives development, evidence-informed action, and every child has a fair chance to succeed. Thank you very much.
Okay, you didn't hear her. She says she just handed over to her students. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. The more we begin to do things on evidence base, the better for us. To round up this session, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there are names that attract beautiful memories. And each time I hear of Catalan, what comes into my mind is the beautiful plateau. Those who know, that's what the AGU always tell us. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know. At this point, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I invite from the Federal Ministry of Health, Ms. Dachu Catalan, Permanent Secretary, to please round up this with a goodwill message.
Thank you, the Master of Ceremonies. Good morning, everybody. The Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, here represented by my brother and friend, the Permanent Secretary, General Service Office, Dr. Ibrahim Abubakar Kana, MNI. The Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Atiku Bagudu, here represented by my sister, Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning. My Oga, Mr. Shegun Adegunle, my former boss, former PAMSEC GSO. The Statistician General, our host, the reason why we are here, and my brother, Prince Adeyemi Adeniran. Lest I forget the representative of the Special Advisor on SDGs, another distinguished MNI and brother. Representative of the Chairman of NDLEA, every distinguished representative of the Senior Special Advisor to Mr. President on Policy and Coordination, other SAs here, directors of all the MDAs, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the press. My name is Daju Kachilom MNI, Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Health. And I bring you warm greetings from the Coordinating Minister. I am honored to deliver this address at this auspicious and landmark occasion, the official launch of the Power of Data High Impact Initiative in Nigeria, the unveiling of National Strategy for the Development of Statistics 2024 to 2028, and the presentation of the 2024 review of the Sustainable Development Goals. I wish to commend the National Bureau of Statistics, our ally in all we do concerning statistics, under the leadership of the Statistician General of the Federation, for the strategic foresight, coordination, and leadership that has brought us to this pivotal moment for Nigeria's development journey. This gathering reinforces an essential launched in 2023, at the SDG Summit, was therefore both timely and transformative, as it mobilized political leadership, investment, and coordinated support around national data system and position Nigeria to move from fragmented information to integrated decision-ready intelligence that accelerates sustainable development goals implementation. The strong alignment of the Power of Data Roadmap with the NSDS 2024 to 2028 is particularly commendable, as it reflects coherence, accountability, and national ownership, key pillars for strengthening the national statistical system and ensuring long-term impact. In this regard, the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare reaffirms its commitment to championing the routine use of high-quality data for evidence-based policy formulation and programming design, strengthening collaboration between the health sector and the national statistical systems, supporting interoperable, ethical, and people-centered data governance frameworks, and building institutional capacity to ensure that data translates into measurable improvements in health outcomes for all Nigerians. These commitments align with the federal government's ongoing health sector reforms under the able leadership of Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, guided by the Renewed Hope Agenda, which prioritizes improved governance, accountability, and results across the health system. As Nigeria advances towards the 2030 agenda, initiatives such as this remind us that achieving the Sustainable Development Goals requires more than ambition. It demands precision, measurement, and accountability. Statistics must not end in reports, but felt by citizens, communities, but above all, the most vulnerable amongst us. I congratulate all stakeholders involved in delivering the Power of Data initiative, the NSDS 2024 to 2028, and the 2024 SDGs review, and I encourage sustained and the private sector. I wish this launch every success and look forward to the tangible gains that will emerge from a stronger, more inclusive, and more responsive national data system. I thank you for your kind attention as we in the Federal Ministry of Health continue to save lives, reduce both physical and financial pain, and produce health for all Nigerians. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The best way to understand the power of data is to understand the power of women. You know, I thought this was going to be the last speaker, but when I was asked that there is still a last one, I remember what happened in the church some times ago when the preacher asked all the men that if you know your wife is not controlling you, if you know your wife is controlling you, move to the right. And all the men moved. Only one man sat. And so he was interested to learn from the man. Say, all the men move except you. What is the secret of your strength? He said, my wife asked me not to move. So when I said women were in charge today, another woman called me and said, yes, there is still another woman that will speak. And I knew I have to yield to it. At this point, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, from FCDO, the head of Human Development, may I invite Jill Fletcher to please come and give us some. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. Distinguished colleagues, partners and friends, please allow me to stand on existing protocol. On behalf of the British High Commission, I'm delighted to join you today for the launch of the Power of Data High Impact Initiative and also the National Strategy for Development of Statistics and the SDG report. I'd like to commend the Government of Nigeria, the National Bureau of Statistics, and other partners for working together to continuously striving to improve the quality of data and its use. It's very personal to me as I started my career as a statistician working in the UK government, but also with the Ghana Statistical Service, with the Afghan Central Statistics Office, also the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, working on national development strategies. So I'm really happy to be here today with you. Data is so important. We all know that. We know that the SDGs are off track and that we need data to inform our policies and to monitor progress. Data is a fuel that powers development. Better data means better decisions, stronger policies, more inclusive growth, and better targeting for poor and children, as UNICEF said. The UK is proud to support this global effort through working with the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development and our funding for the Power of Data Secretariat. We're helping countries unlock the data dividend. We believe that Nigeria's leadership in this space will inspire others across the region and further afield. Our commitment to inclusion is unwavering. We champion the principles of the Inclusive Data Charter, working with the United Kingdom's Office for National Statistics to ensure that everyone is counted, everyone counts, and no one is left behind. Inclusive data to us is not just a technical issue, it's a matter of equity and justice. We are also investing in practical solutions through the SCDO-funded WISH dividend program. Hopefully you've heard about it. We deliver with ONS and partners strengthened data, demographic data systems to enable Nigeria to benefit from the demographic transition, alongside improving sexual and reproductive health and rights for women and girls. This is data in action, supporting lives and shaping policy. Finally, I want to highlight the Global Data Facility, which the UK supports as a major donor. This innovative funding mechanism has already enabled work by the World Bank to improve cooperation between Nigeria's federal and state-level statistics officers. And I believe these efforts are showing what is possible when we work together. Today's launch is more than an event. It's a commitment to collaboration, innovation, and inclusion. The UK stands with Nigeria and all its partners to ensure that the power of data succeeds. Together we can harness data to accelerate progress towards the sustainable development goals and build a future where every decision is informed and every person counts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, can we appreciate her the more? I want to appreciate and encourage Dr. Ibrahim Abubakar Kana. You know, when most people come here, they will say my brother or my friend, but do you know you have a lot of junior brothers here? Let me tell you how. In the National Bureau of Statistics, if we are doing an internal meeting, they will ask everybody to write his department. Then those in the office of the Statistician General will write OSGF. In your case, it's Office of the Secretary of the Government of the Federation. In our case, it's the Office of the Statistician General of the Federation. So all of us are OGFS. So you have junior brothers here. And that's how it's supposed to be. Thank you very much. So please feel at home, sir. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're going back to our program. And if you look at our program, what we'll be taking is a presentation on the power of data, high impact initiative. This presentation will be done virtually, and it will be taken by Jenna Staten, the interim CEO, Global Partnership on SDGs. I hope we are ready. I thought initially it was going to be Victor, but Victor shifted the responsibility to Jenna, who is the... All right, I don't know if... are we ready? Jana? All right. Hello. I don't know if she. Hello? Can you hear me? It's like maybe she's hearing me and I can hear her. Please, can she check whether she muted herself or somebody muted her, please? Are you hearing her from the, so that we can bring the microphone there? Our team of engineers there. Yes, James have joined them. James, quickly, I know you didn't study engineering, but you are good there. You are about getting there. Please, I can hear on pleasant sound. Oh my God. Yes, but the issue is that we can't hear her. Maybe she can. Can you hear me? It's like she can hear me. And the important thing is for me to hear her, not for her to hear me. I hope that the power of technology is not failing here. We are making progress. Oh, is it my echo? I don't enter Wahala.
Can you hear me okay now? Yes, hello.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I seem to have trouble sharing the slides as well. Teams doesn't seem to be working with the slides. So maybe I understand that you have been proceeding this morning, and I don't want to I don't want to slow you down any further in your agenda. So perhaps I'll just begin, if that's okay. So I thank you for having me today, and please allow me to stand on all the protocols that have already been observed. It's really an honor for me to join you here virtually, and I'm very sorry that I cannot be with you in person. My name is Jenna Slotin, and I am the interim CEO of the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data. I want to really acknowledge with deep appreciation the leadership of all the key partners that have made today possible, from the government side in particular, the presidency, the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, the National Bureau of Statistics, the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on SDGs, all of our UN partners in the power of data, UNICEF, UNFPA, UNDP, UNDESTA, and Statistics Division, with a special mention for UNICEF for supporting the planning, coordination, and delivery of today's event, and certainly also our partners at the World Bank and the FCDO. So let me try to share slides now. They they still don't seem to be working. Yeah, I can't seem to bring them up. So perhaps I'll just proceed. So we were very proud in September 2023 to launch the Power of Data High Impact Initiative at the SDG Summit at the UN General Assembly. I think you've probably already heard sometime this morning, but it bears repeating that data is the fuel that powers progress across all the SDGs. Oh, there's some feedback there. Our effort around the power of data was informed by analysis on past investments that has shown that an average return of $32 for every dollar invested in data systems across all sectors. And so what does that really mean? What that really means is that stronger data systems will revolutionize decision-making, as we've heard here today. It will accelerate countries' digital transformation. Here are some slides. Okay. And certainly open up opportunities for a more equal and sustainable world. But we know one of the problems that the power of data was created to solve is that we know that support to data systems has been fragmented and duplicative and has not always done the best to maximize the resources that are allocated. And we find ourselves in a very, very constrained funding environment today. And we know that we have to make every dollar, every pound, every shilling go further. And we have to maximize every dollar that's invested. But in order to do that, we need strong political leadership in order to drive a more coherent approach, to make sure that resources are targeted in the most effective way possible, and that all development partners are collaborating and aligning their efforts to maximize resources. So the approach to the power of data in the first instance is really focused on centralizing national leadership. There we go. Thank you. The approach to the power of data is really focused on centralizing national leadership. The idea in the first instance, to be very clear, is that the government articulates and aligns its own priorities and its own development plans. And we're seeing that happen at today's launch in Nigeria. Secondly, then, partnerships, that we have effective partnerships coming in. That's why this initiative is co-led by so many different parts of the UN and the World Bank, including ourselves, and that other development partners are coming together. And then thirdly, really coherent action. This initiative is about building upon existing mechanisms, working with mechanisms for coordination that already exist, and bringing them together and aligning action, as well as aligning with existing national plans and cycles. And lastly, about mobilizing resources and learning from past experience to ensure that all partners are coming together. So one of the things I want to say about the outcomes here for the power of data, is that the power of data is not really a standalone project unto itself. Rather, the power of data offers a platform for bringing all of the efforts together that are happening in a country under that very strong national leadership. And it involves really connecting up across government. That's why I'm so pleased to see not only that we're launching the Power of Data initiative today, but also the National Strategy for the Development of Statistics and the SDG tracker and report. And so what will this platform allow us to do? What will greater alignment, greater collaboration allow us to do? It will allow us to see in Nigeria more informed decision-making through data-driven programs. And we've heard from previous speakers all of the incomes that that can have on the poor, on children, on vulnerable groups, and ensuring that we're not leaving anyone behind. It will also allow increased investment returns across public and private sectors. Better data is important not only for the public sector and development investment, but also to help guide private sector investments to strengthen the economy. We expect and have seen that the Power of Data platform will reduce fragmentation and create collective focus on clear nationally defined priorities. And your proceedings today will very much highlight that. And lastly, that having better data and having a platform such as the Power of Data will create greater accountability with increased transparency and ability to monitor the SDGs. So moving on then, just to highlight, and I think you've already heard this morning, that the Power of Data is co-led by several entities, and it's really this power of partnership and power of collaboration. So in terms of the UN agencies, we have UNDP, UNICEF, UNFPA, UNDESA, the Committee of Chief Statisticians of the UN, the World Bank, and ourselves at the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data. That's at the global level, but in each country, like Nigeria, and every country that has joined the Power of Data, the UN country team and the resident coordinator plays a critical function, because in each country there are many other agencies that can and are coming to the table to align their efforts and to support the priorities of the Power of Data. Each of the co-leads brings significant expertise, from strengthening capacity for surveys like UNFPA and UNICEF and working on census, to the different technical assistance that's provided by different agencies for leveraging new data sources and technologies. And each of those co-leads has relationships with other parts of government and can help join the dots and align efforts. And so at a global level, and then replicated at a national level, we're working together to leverage those different expertise and bring different stakeholders together. And so this will be my last slide, and I'll just highlight some of what we've seen since the Power of Data has launched. So as I said at the SDG Summit, the Power of Data was launched in 2023. 20 countries have joined the initiative, and today the 15th country of Nigeria is hosting a Power of Data convening or launch in their country. Followed quickly after Sierra Leone, which actually launched last week, or the week before last. But across the many different countries that have been gearing up and aligning their efforts under the Power of Data, we've seen some really positive and critical efforts to strengthen the national data systems. For example, in Ghana and Colombia and Dominican Republic, the types of efforts we've seen have been really focusing on improving data sharing across government. And that allows in those countries to strengthen social services, such as in health and education and across the entire social system. Because the ability to join up data in a trusted and privacy protecting way allows government to bring together different insights and make better decisions. In Botswana, Kenya, Ghana, and now in Nigeria, we've seen dedicated efforts to align the Power of Data with the national strategy for the development of statistics. So that's also very exciting, because that NSDS is identifying the specific efforts across the national statistical system that has been strengthened or needs to be strengthened. But then under the Power of Data, we're seeing a broader strategic effort to connect across data systems and across digital transformation. And in Sierra Leone, just a few weeks ago, we saw how the Power of Data is really strengthening the government's efforts to focus on food and agriculture by aligning and harmonizing data systems in that sector and driving better policies and better decisions. So here in Nigeria, it is such a pleasure to see and to see the agenda ahead for today and all the effort that's been underway. Although you're launching today, my sense is that all the stakeholders in Nigeria, with the very strong leadership of the government partners, are ahead of the curve. And I think you're ahead of the curve because you already have developed a detailed action plan with clear strategic pillars and a timeline, as well as a clear governance structure that builds on existing mechanisms. And those really are the key ingredients to get the kind of aligned effort and harmonized support. This represents all the stakeholders in Nigeria already having undertaken considerable work in the lead-ups to this event, and demonstrates the incredible leadership already shown by the Nigerian government. And lastly, and I think this is one of the key reasons why the Power of Data initiative really matters, is all the work that you've done in Nigeria and all the action happening today really shows the benefits of bringing together not only the technical, but also the political leadership and support. All of the agencies and development partners, all the parts of government that are gathered here today are strong technically and bring critical technical abilities to support and solve challenges, strengthen the data system. But without political support and leadership, without political support to align efforts, without political support and focus to mobilize resources and to use every dollar as effectively as possible, all of that technical work will not have as great an impact as it can. The technical work won't reach its potential without political mobilization and support. And that's really what the Power of Data is all about. It provides, like I said, that platform for bringing all the stakeholders together and getting that focus and leadership and bringing all of the technical capabilities and solutions that there are to bear to strengthen the data system. So with that, I thank you very much for listening, and I wish you the very best on your proceedings today. I'm very excited to see where all of these discussions go next in Nigeria, and best of luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joe Fletcher. I didn't actually value my colleague much until she started speaking. You know, they are trained to listen even in the dark or what everything to say. Unfortunately, I didn't, even when they are talking, I didn't know.
Across Nigeria,
but that now reminds me that I need to introduce them. So thank you, Blessing Annie, for that wonderful work, that listening ability. These are people you don't gossip near them, they get everything. And this is Ayomide Ayodeji. Thank you very much for doing that. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, like I always said, everything, every aspect of life allowed for domestication. And that's why when we use the spoon to eat, the Chinese will use the stick, and so on and so forth. So the NBS, in understanding this crucial role, decided to make a documentary that helps us possibly understand more in the perspective of Nigeria what this document is trying to tell us. So I now invite the media crew of NBS to please.
Across Nigeria's 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. Across Nigeria's 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, decisions are made every day that shape development, influence opportunities, and affect the daily lives of millions. Yet many of these systems still operate without the data they need. Data should be the engine that guides how we plan, allocate resources, and improve services, revealing where we stand, where we fall behind, and what must be done to move forward. Nigeria's data journey has evolved over decades. The first and second national strategies for the development of statistics, NSDS I and NSDS II, laid the foundation for modernizing the national statistical system. They helped drive major reforms, transitioning from paper-based data collection to computer-assisted personal interviewing, and introducing computer-assisted telephone interviewing, enabling fast, secure, remote data gathering when it mattered most. These innovations strengthen quality, timeliness, and efficiency across federal and state systems. Building on these milestones, Nigeria now delivers more core statistical releases than at any point in its history. At the center of these outputs, the gross domestic product and inflation reports have become key anchors upon which economic policies are built. These releases have become indispensable for policymakers, but the world of data is changing faster than ever. Big data, artificial intelligence, geospatial systems, cloud architecture, digital identities, private sector datasets, and real-time analytics are transforming how nations understand themselves. To keep pace, Nigeria must continue modernizing, expanding infrastructure, strengthening standards, integrating systems, and building skills that match global realities. The third national strategy for the development of statistics sets a bold direction for this transformation. It acts as Nigeria's blueprint for building a modern, agile, resilient, and responsive statistical system. It aligns data production with national development priorities, strengthens collaboration among federal MDAs, state bureaus of statistics, and partners, and promotes innovation, interoperability, and inclusion.
The third NSDS, which is, as earlier mentioned, the National Strategy for the Development of Statistics III, which is being crafted from 2024 to 2028, will further improve the reform in the national statistical system and helps better position the stakeholders in terms of producing the statistics that is relevant, timely, quality for governance and decision making in the country. It has helped to increase the scope of the stakeholders, bringing in both the data producers, the data users, and the data suppliers and the intermediate users, which is the tertiary institutions, and the media community, and also other relevant stakeholders into the national statistical system. So it's bringing everybody together in the production of reliable and quality statistics that both the government and every stakeholders need in planning and in taking decisions to better the governance of our people.
In 2023, the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Amina J. Mohammed, introduced the Power of Data High Impact initiative, designed to accelerate global progress on the Sustainable Development Goals through better data and stronger national systems. It rests on a simple truth: we cannot achieve what we cannot measure. Many countries face political, financial, and institutional barriers that limit data production and use. The Power of Data initiative was designed to overcome these barriers.
The Power of Data High Impact initiative will help strengthen our capacity to collect, analyze, and utilize credible or quality data for SDG-based decision making. Specifically, it will help us drive evidence-based planning across the economic, social, and environmental dimensions of the SDGs.
At its core are national data partnerships, country-led platforms that unite political and technical leaders behind a shared set of priorities. These partnerships clarify what matters most, bring existing plans together, align stakeholder efforts, mobilize resources, and accelerate coordinated action across sectors, each one shaped by the country's unique priorities, systems, and vision. Nigeria is among the first 15 countries in the world and the first 8 in Africa to adopt the Power of Data initiative. This demonstrates strong national leadership and a clear recognition of the central role that data must play in achieving development and delivering the SDGs.
Government ownership is not just necessary, but it should be treated as a requirement to ensure that data systems are owned and sustainable and being used by the government. I think Nigeria is making great progress and making sure that government is owning data. A concrete example is the Power of Data initiative that we are launching right now. This initiative, led by the government, is an indication on the political willingness of the government to own the data system, as well as the preparedness of the government to use accurate, reliable, and timely data for evidence-based decision-making and policy recommendations.
The Power of Data in Nigeria is an integrated framework built upon existing national statistical strategies and reforms. It is anchored upon the NSDS, the Inclusive Data Charter, and the National Data Strategy. This integrated approach ensures alignment, policy continuity, and sustainability, strengthening systems today and building resilience for tomorrow.
The NSDS, on one hand, is the framework, but the POD, on the other hand, helps us to accelerate the progress. It's not the standalone thing. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're building on already existing structures.
The power of data is built on 7 pillars that guide how countries strengthen their national data systems. The first pillar is leadership and governance. Strong political commitment drives coordination, accelerates reforms, and ensures that data remains a national priority. The second pillar is data governance and interoperability. It focuses on standards, architecture, and policies that allow systems to speak to one another and ensure the data flows where it is needed. The third pillar is data infrastructure and technology. This pillar supports investments in digital tools, administrative systems, platforms, and the technology required to modernize the entire data ecosystem. The fourth pillar is data production and quality. It strengthens surveys, censuses, administrative systems, and new data sources to ensure reliable, timely, high-quality information for national planning. The fifth pillar is inclusion and data disaggregation. It ensures that data reflects everyone, including women, children, people with disabilities, young people, and vulnerable populations, so that no one is left behind. The sixth pillar is capacity strengthening and innovation. It builds the skills, talent, and capabilities needed to analyze, understand, and use new technologies, including AI. And the seventh pillar is financing and sustainability. It ensures long-term investment in data systems by aligning national resources, partner support, and financial mechanisms behind a unified national vision. Together, these 7 pillars provide the structure for Nigeria's Power of Data roadmap, linking political leadership, national priorities, and coordinated action to deliver lasting change. When countries invest in data, the returns are extraordinary. Evidence shows that every $1 invested in data systems generates an average return of $32 in economic value. The data dividend is real, and it is within reach.
It's important to invest in data for several reasons, but the most important is to drive growth and development.
Nigeria's adoption of the Power of Data framework is a national call to action. It calls on every institution, every state, every ministry, every agency, every development partner, and every citizen to participate. Data is the future, and we must invest deliberately, strategically, and consistently to unlock its full potential.
I would like to call on all our stakeholders, for those that are generating and supplying us with the data, please document your information and your data appropriately. And whenever we have the data, let us share it to those that will put them together in a useful format for the benefit of government and other users of the data. We also employ all our stakeholders to make use of data as evidence whenever they are making or formulating programs and policies in the country. If we invest properly in data production in Nigeria, we invest in the development of our dear country.
Nigeria stands at a defining moment. With the NSDS III and the Power of Data aligned, the country is positioned to modernize its statistical system, deepen evidence-based governance, and build a more inclusive, prosperous, and sustainable future. When data works, development works. And when development works, people thrive. To learn more, visit www.nigerianstat.gov.ng. Across Nigeria's...
Thank you very much. Please, may I request that all of us be on our feet? You know, sometimes the power of the MC is so enormous that even the representative of the president, you can ask them to stand up and they will obey. What I discover is that in the bid to follow the program, when we enter here, we sit like in a shrine. You don't even say hi to your neighbor. And because of that one, when they look around, left, right, no neighbor, they start sleeping.
To meet 15%
Please, can we
of our
take the next
targets by
30 seconds to
2030?
greet the neighbor
And
around,
we are
please?
faced with multiple challenges that make keeping the SDGs.
So can we put our hands together for ourselves as we sit down, please? Thank you very much. You see, I can now see some are behaving as if they are seeing themselves for the first time.
What they need now is the solidarity and support of the international community
All right.
to take that work to scale.
We're going to play a very short video.
Strong
when
data
you listen
systems
to all the
are key
speech,
to
a
understanding
name
what
was
is
being
working
mentioned.
and what is not, who is
Our
benefiting
own
and who is
Amina Mohammed, the Deputy Secretary General of the UN. This power of data is one of our initiatives and something she championed very well. And we are glad and proud to say as Nigeria, we are one of the first countries to introduce this. So this special message will be also the first country to play it and to receive it. I would have said because of time, we'll skip it, but if we skip it, we'll take that position from ourselves as being the first. Therefore, I will crave our indulgence as people who believe in data, as Nigerians known all over the world for being creative, for being innovative, and for being highly educated. Please, let's take this message from the Deputy UN Secretary General, Amina Mohammed. Media, are we ready?
His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Grand Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 2024 marks the beginning of the second half of the global push to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And the task before us could not be greater. We are only on track to meet 15% of our targets by 2030. And we are faced with multiple challenges that make keeping the SDG promise all the more difficult, from climate change to conflict, fiscal pressures, and rising geopolitical tensions. But we are neither helpless nor hopeless. Across the world, governments, businesses, civil society, and youth are doing extraordinary things to get the SDGs back on track. They are doing so by working together and by leveraging the opportunities presented by new technologies, greater connectivity, and the largest cohort of youth in history. What they need now is the solidarity and support of the international community to take that work to scale. That is what the Power of Data initiative is all about. Strong data systems are key to understanding what is working and what is not, who is benefiting and who is being left behind. They are crucial also for mobilizing the right investments in major transitions that every country must advance from now to 2030, such as energy to digital, food to nature, education to social protection. And in economies and societies that are increasingly data-driven, effective data governance is essential for preserving the right to privacy, for protecting democracy, and for preventing the growth of data monopolies that are driving global inequalities. It is deeply encouraging, therefore, to see national data partnerships emerging right across the world since the Power of Data initiative was launched last September. The tools are there to close the SDG data gaps in every country and to build future-ready national data and statistical systems. And there is a great deal of good work to build upon. But we must move forward faster and together. This means securing stronger political support from the top, mobilizing greater investing, more in national statistical offices and systems, bringing in all stakeholders, leveraging the digital revolution, and scaling up integrated, high-quality support from the UN system. Your Excellency, dear friends, investments in data systems can unleash a significant economic dividend, with an average return of $32 for every dollar invested. Let's make the most of this opportunity. I commend the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data, UNDP, UNFPA, UNICEF, and UNDESA, and the World Bank for bringing this initiative to bear at the country level. And I congratulate Nigeria for embarking on such a critical journey. And I look forward to learning about the progress that will be made through the national data partnerships in weeks and months to come. I thank you.
Thank you very much. You can understand why I was thinking we have to take this message. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I've been asking that of all secretaries in the world, that they choose to call some people permanent. Have secretary general everywhere, but there are people they say permanent secretary. And so in the Nigerian civil service, I don't know everywhere. As you enter the civil service, that is your dream. If you pass that one, the only one beside going to heaven is to become the head of service. So I was so feeling proud this morning when, as we always know, you know, we in the NBS, they say, they ask you which is your mother ministry. I will say Minister of Budget and Economic Planning. So the mother decided to come herself. Because you know, usually fathers are not always in the house. But the moment the mother leaves the house, everybody knows. So we have with us the permanent secretary, Federal Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, representing the Honorable Minister, who was here and handed over in our presence to do whatever he would have done and included her own. Therefore, join me to welcome Dr. Deborah Odo, Permanent Secretary, as she read the Minister's address.
The Secretary to the Government of the Federation, ably represented by the Permanent Secretary, General Services Office, the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, the Permanent Secretary, Steel Development, and retired Federal Permanent Secretaries present, our host, the Statistician General, special advisors to the President, the Senior Special Assistant to the President on SDGs and other senior government officials, esteemed international partners, representatives of non-governmental organizations and civil society organizations, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to present the remarks of the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, CON, who was physically present at the start of this event, but had to attend to another important meeting. The remark of the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, at the launch of the Power of Data High Impact Initiative in Nigeria, the unveiling of the National Strategy for the Development of Statistics 2024 to 2028, and the review of SDGs in Nigeria 2024. I extend warm greetings and sincere best wishes to the National Bureau of Statistics, our partners, I extend warm greetings and sincere best wishes to the National Bureau of Statistics, our partners, and the many dedicated professionals gathered here for the launch of the Power of Data High Impact Initiatives in Nigeria, as well as the unveiling of the National Strategy for the Development of Statistics 2024 to 2028, and the review of SDGs in Nigeria 2024. Today's occasion is more than a formal engagement. It is a strategic moment in our country's ongoing commitment to strengthening evidence-based governance and repositioning data as a cornerstone of national development. The Power of Data initiative, introduced at the SDG Summit in September 2023, stands among the world's most ambitious efforts to accelerate progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. It is a call to leadership, an invitation for governments to galvanize investment, elevate political commitment, and build stronger alliances across the public and private sectors, development partners, academia, and civil society. Nigeria's decision to join this global initiative reflects our clear and unwavering
intention to build a modern, robust, and futuristic national statistical system capable of driving meaningful transformation. The National Bureau of Statistics and the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on SDGs have developed a well-defined roadmap that aligns seamlessly with the NSDS 2024 to 2028. This framework ensures that our national data architecture is ready to power inclusive growth, deepen accountability, and enhance the effectiveness of public programs. As we gather for this important launch, I wish to acknowledge the central role each stakeholder here plays. Your leadership, technical expertise, and steadfast commitment continue to strengthen the integrity of our national data ecosystem. You are not only enriching our statistical capacity, but shaping the quality of decisions that will guide Nigeria's developmental trajectory for years to come. At the Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, we remain fully committed to advancing reforms that improve data quality, strengthen coordination across MDAs, and expand the strategic use of statistics for national planning, policy formulation, monitoring, and evaluation. High-quality data is not an accessory to governance, it is a critical national asset. It informs our choices, strengthens accountability, supports economic reforms, and helps us track our progress in delivering on national priority objectives and the SDGs. As we unveil the NSDS 2024 to 2028 and the SDG Review report today, I extend my appreciation to the National Bureau of Statistics and all partners whose dedication and collaboration have made these achievements possible. Let this event renew our collective resolve to build a statistical system that is not only globally competitive, but firmly aligned with the aspirations of the Nigerian people. I wish to reaffirm the federal government's commitment to 1, mainstreaming data into national development planning and budgeting processes, 2, strengthening coordination across MDAs, states, and the National Bureau of Statistics, and 3, supporting the full implementation of the NSDS 2024 to 2028 and deepening collaboration with development partners, the private sector, and civil society. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the success of these initiatives will depend not on their launch, but on our collective commitment to implementation and sustained use of data for decision making. I thank you and wish us all a successful launch, productive deliberations, and continued progress as we work together to strengthen Nigeria's data ecosystem. Thank you.
Please, can we appreciate her the more? Or playing the dual role. Oh, I thought you were going to skip the men. I would have said that was not fair. Let me, in the same vein, welcome the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Steel Development, Dr. Chris Osa. Dr. Chris here? Oh, thank you, sir. No, I thought it was the pastor of Dunamis. I had to search for. Let me also welcome Mr. Lukman Giwa, the head of Enterprise Data Office from NNPC Limited. Mr. Giwa, Elephant. Thank you very much, sir. You are welcome. Let me also welcome the Chief Data Officer, Nigerian Governors Forum, Rasak Fataye. Rasak, are you with us? Nigerian Governors Forum. Okay. Thank you. Let me sincerely apologize for that unpleasant noise. You know, it only reminds me of one of my uncles who went to Bauchi to sell his granite. You know, that time they were using train. And he sold granite, all the monies were in coins. And when he entered the train, he discovered that some bad men, thieves, were following him. So he decided not to sit on the normal seat and went to one corner and sat there. But the thieves followed him. And when they followed him and discovered that, so they spray a little substance in his face. So the man slept off. So they carried the money. But to tell him that they are better than him, they shaved off his head. And he was turning, and when he woke up and looked around, the money was not there. He wanted to scream, so he put his hand on his head. And when he discovered that there was no hair on his head, he said, "No, I'm not the one." So he went back to sleep. So when I was hearing the noise, I was looking at myself whether I'm the one. So when I did like this, I discovered I was not the one. I said, "No, I'm not the one." So this is, it is. Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. At this point, as we drove to the heart of the occasion, may I now say, I don't know how to put it, but you know, there is everything to a name. And my brother, the PA, was telling us that Senator George Akume, when he was governor, your only problem is how to meet him. But once you meet him, you are sure the problem is solved. And I also understood big men when they are even copying from the SG. Anytime he has an important assignment, be sure he will always choose the one closer to him, the one he has known. So I was wondering if the secretary to the government of the Federation would not come, who was likely to represent him. You know, they say by their fruits you shall know them. Okay, you are the chosen one to come and launch the big data. And you know, in our place, as you know, if we didn't look for anything in the office of the secretary of the government, we didn't find it. Everybody has known your name now, and they know you are the permanent secretary there. And they know you are the representative, the favorite of the secretary to the government of the Federation. Ladies and gentlemen, the most favored permanent secretary and the favorite son of Dr. George Akume. Please welcome Dr. Ibrahim Abubakar Kana, the permanent secretary in the General Service, for the keynote address.
Please, let's be seated. The Honorable Minister of Budget and National Planning, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished Senator Abubakar Bagudu, ably represented here my sister, Deborah, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, and now Human Services, Ms. Katilom Taju, my dear sister and friend, my old friend Chris, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Steel, the Senior Special Assistant to the President on SDGs, ably represented here, my good friend, the Prince. You've been Prince for a long time. The last time I knew you, you were Prince. Adeyemi Adeniro. And you are still Prince. Very soon you're going to become Chief. The Statistician General of the Federation. Development partners, permit me to specially recognize my predecessor in office, the Scorpion, Chief Shegun Adekunle, who was Permanent Secretary, General Services Office, in the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, the Senior Special Assistant to His Excellency Mr. President on Economic Matters here present, ladies and gentlemen. When the MC said he's welcoming me to this family that I should feel at home, I wonder which home he was referring to. Because my
just life was MBS. And let me start with, before I read the speech of my boss, let me start with Haja Amina Muhammad. In 2010, I was the head of health desk in the MDGs office, then MDGs. And then the UN was organizing a special session. 2010 UN General Assembly was called UN General Assembly Special Session. It was a special session for MDGs. And then she asked me to organize a side event at the UN in New York to host world leaders. And we're going to discuss the data and the progress on MDGs in Nigeria. Being the head of health desk, of course, the major issues in MDGs then was health. As he said, Dr. Kana, gather all the data. That was where the problem started. Where was the data? DHS, population census, mixed malaria indication survey, prevalence, HIV prevalence survey at that time it was called, and many other data. They were all over the place in Nigeria, and particularly in the Ministry of Health. There was no triangulation. Maternal mortality rate, we had multiple data at that time. Infant mortality rate, we had multiple data. Use of modern contraceptives in Nigeria, we had multiple data. Therefore, what are we going to present in New York? It was a big issue. And she said, Dr. Kana, we are not serious. And I learned something at that time, that when you're discussing data at the international community, you must state the facts. Because by the time we're organizing a side event where, of course, President Bill Clinton attended, we're going to discuss data of Nigeria. And she said to me that whatever data we're going to give, I'm going to project how we intend to be in the next 1 or 2 years. We must be realistic. I learned that from Amina Muhammad. That's on one side. I'm not surprised that she's gone beyond Nigeria to the UN and discussing data, because she came from a country where data was not readily available at the time. Fast forward, 2015. I was National Program Manager of the Saving 1 Million Lives Program for Results in Nigeria. Data was an issue. I had the singular privilege of working with great men whom today, myself and Dr. Tenero will say we thank God Almighty. He was my twin brother. For us to run SOBL in Nigeria, we needed data. Therefore, I moved my office to his office, and he moved his office to my office in year 11. Him and I coordinated, we co-chaired the first National Health Facility Survey in this country, and of course the second National Health Facility Survey. Him and I also co-chaired the conduct of 3 sessions of smart surveys in this country. I feel proud. I feel proud. And that was on Friday when the Secretary to the Government asked me to represent him here. And I said, sir, that's my business actually. MBS is my home. Data is what I grew up in. And quite frankly, he felt proud. 7:30 a.m. we're in the office today trying to sort some national issues. And that was what delayed us from coming here. We co-chaired again the multiple indicator cluster survey. I heard the UNICEF lady talk about mix. And on and on and on and on and on. So many data. I must give recognition to my own brother who is now retired from your organization, Dr. Onare Waju, a great man. The National Bureau of Statistics is one of the best organizations in this country, no doubt. No doubt. And you must clap for yourselves. Once again, I need to properly introduce myself. I am Dr. Ibrahim Abubakar Kana, MNI. I'm a medical doctor, grew up in the Ministry of Health. I found myself as a permanent secretary and recently deployed to the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. And permit me, ladies and gentlemen, to read the speech of His Excellency, Distinguished Senator George Akume, CON, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. And I read, "It is with great delight that I deliver this keynote address at a truly significant moment in Nigeria's development journey. Today, we launch a new set of initiatives that speak to the heart of effective governance in 21st century. The power of data, high impact initiative in Nigeria, and national strategy for development of statistics, NSDS III 2024 to 2028. First, let me start by congratulating the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, under the guidance and supervision of the Honorable Minister of Budget and National Planning, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, CON, for putting together these very comprehensive strategic documents, which we are launching this morning. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we have clearly heard from various speakers, these documents, the Power of Data Roadmap for Nigeria and the NSDS 2024 to 2028, are indeed not just mere documents. They are instruments of national transformation, representing the government's resolve to build a modern state where every decision is guided by sound evidence, public resources are allocated efficiently, development is inclusive, and no citizen is invisible or left behind. There is no doubt in our minds that the foundation upon which this vision of a modern state would be built is a strong national statistical system that produces statistical evidence in a timely, efficient, and sustainable manner. This is what the Power of Data Roadmap and the NSDS document seek to achieve: to build a well-resourced, capable, and modernized national statistical system for our dear country, Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we can all agree that the world is in the midst of a data revolution. Technology, artificial intelligence, machine learning, satellite integrity, of course satellite imagery, and digital platforms now shape how countries grow and how we compete and deliver services for our people. It is clear that nations that have achieved significant socio-economic progress are those that have prioritized data and treated it as strategic national infrastructure, just as we treat roads, bridges, healthcare, airports, power, and security. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with the launch of these strategic documents today, I can assure you that Nigeria is and will be prominent among that committee of nations. From the outset of this administration, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, has been unequivocal in his belief that no country can deliver prosperity, security, or inclusive development without accurate, timely, and reliable data. Hence, the Renewed Hope agenda is built on clarity, transparency, and measurable results. The administration's commitment to data is visible across the Renewed Hope agenda. Our ambitions for economic growth, fiscal stability, food security, digitization, poverty reduction, and social inclusion all depend on accurate statistical information. For example, targeted cash transfers cannot succeed without reliable social protection data and the National Integration Beneficiaries Register. Infrastructure planning cannot be effective without geospatial information. Health interventions cannot reach the vulnerable without demographic and health insights. Security responses cannot be coordinated without timely intelligence. And climate adaptation requires evidence to guide both national actions and indeed international support, which Nigeria dearly requires. This is why the Power of Data initiative aligns so strongly with the President's Renewed Hope agenda. It provides Nigeria with a modern framework for transforming how government collects, manages, and uses information. But even more importantly, it connects the political leadership of our country with the technical backbone of the statistical system in Nigeria. It ensures that the promises made to Nigeria can be tracked, can be verified, and indeed delivered. The work done by the Current Results Delivery Coordination Unit, situated under the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, underscores this government's commitment to tracking and delivering all the promises made under the Renewed Hope agenda for the benefit of Nigerians. This is the direction we must go as a country, and I call on all government ministries, departments, and agencies of government to imbibe this mantra of deploying the use of data for developing and managing programs and policies of government within their respective domain. Since these strategic documents are national in outlook, I also urge subnational authorities to do the same. The successful implementation of the roadmap and NSDS, along with achieving its objectives, depend on all the stakeholders present here today. We all need to commit to investing in data production, data documentation, and sharing administrative data, and more importantly, ladies and gentlemen, applying the data in our respective workplaces. It is also in this context that I make a public commitment as the Secretary of the Government of the Federation to take on the responsibility of serving as a power of data champion in Nigeria. To be the power of data champion is to stand as a national advocate for evidence-based governance. To take on this role is to affirm that data is not the responsibility of MBS alone. Some people think so. But of the entire government, the entire people of this great country. It means promoting a culture where data is treated as a strategic asset across government and the entire society. It means securing that political leadership aligns with technical expertise. It means rallying ministries. It means rallying ministries, states, the private sector, development partners, and civil society around a shared commitment to transparency, accountability, and measurable progress. Above all, it means using the authority and convening power of my office to ensure that the goals we set under the Power of Data Initiative and the NSDS III translate into fundamental changes in how government plans and delivers for Nigerians. As we launch these initiatives today, we must recognize that Nigeria is stepping into a future where governance will be more transparent, where governance will be more responsive, where governance will be more accountable. A future where decisions are anchored on evidence. A future where development is measurable. A future where progress is no longer assumed, but clearly demonstrated. On this note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I once again congratulate my own National Bureau of Statistics and my own brother, Prince Adeyemi Adeniran, for relentlessly driving this data evolution in Nigeria. We see your work. I personally see your work. And we are proud of your results, which support evidence-based governance in the country. Let me also acknowledge the other collaborators on this endeavor, such as the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on SDGs. I'm particularly happy that our legacies are still maintained and sustained from the days of MDGs now to SDGs, for your work and commitment to this process. To the development partners, including the United Nations, Resident Coordinator's Office, the UNICEF, of course our own World Bank, the UNDP, and others. We thank you for your valuable support and partnership on this exercise. And indeed, we look forward to more of it as the implementation of these strategic documents commence in earnest. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, it is now my singular honor and privilege to formally launch the Power of Data High Impact Initiative in Nigeria and the National Strategy for Development of Statistics 2024-2025. May all these these documents serve as catalysts and springboards for meaningful transformation for Nigeria and its citizens. Thank you all for your rapt attention, and may God bless our great country, the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Please put your hands together for the Secretary of the Government. As he extends pleasantries before we go for the final launch, let me recognize our friend of the NBS, Dr. Felix Okonkwo, the only man with the original red cap chief, the Director of Microeconomy at the Federal Ministry of Budget. Dr. Matthews from Education, you are welcome. My friend from the Immigration Service, Oka, you are very specially welcome. Dr. Ayodele from Food and Agriculture Organization. Please, may I therefore request all members of the first row to please accompany the distinguished senator, that's the permanent secretary, as we will do the formal unveiling of the report, please. Because of crowd, just members of the first row, as we support him for the formal unveiling.
To the glory of God Almighty, for this, our great country, Nigeria, we launch the National Power of Data High Impact Initiative and many other documents today for the progress and continuous growth of our country, Nigeria. We say amen.
Please, they will collect copies and then they will come in front here for a group photograph. We'll be having sessions of group photographs after the first one by the VIPs. They will remain a constant factor, denominator, while after them we'll have members of the diplomatic corps, that is from the UN family and our partners, they will join them. After that one, all CEOs, chief executive officers, or their representative will join. After that one, we have the state station generals. After that one, we have the directorate members, and then we have the ministries, department, and agencies. So we're taking the first photograph. This one, it be like say, don't chop past me. No, I think, okay. Yes, because you will remain there to have all the pictures. We have this one, then every other group will come and join you from behind. First, that's the VIPs first. Then after this one, we have members of the diplomatic corps, other partners, yes. Okay. Please, if you have 10 reports, just hand all over the copies of the report. Just hand over all the copies of the reports, please. We know that it's a tripartite thing. If you are feeling weak, the PAMSEC is a medical doctor. He will recommend something. I didn't know he was a medical doctor. All this hunger that was dealing with me since. I would have asked for recommendation. Where is Chuku? Because I want to be, where is our NBS photographer? Okay, please, once you are done, let me know, please. Let me use you as this one that you are coming last. Please, once you're done, just signal me. Okay, please, you remain, sir, all of you. Please, UN family, all members of the diplomatic corps, please, if you are still not, please join them. UN family, other partners, please, can you join them? Yes, just climb on top. There is space on top, yes. Just, yes, exactly. There is space here. If you don't, I will occupy the space, praying to join you one day. Good. Thank you very much. Please, chief executives or their representative and member of the academia, please. Chief CEOs or their representatives and member of the academia, please. Can you come and... Okay, state station generals, please. And if they are directors of statistics, please join them. State station generals and directors of statistics, whether from ministry. Yes, of course, yeah. Please, I ask members of the high table to remain there. Sorry, sir. We are still having photographs. Sorry. Members of the high table, please remain where you are. Yes, sir. Please, state sergeant generals and directors of statistics. Thank you. Chuku, we are not done. Directorate members, NBS, please. Directorate members, NBS. Jigawa, welcome, sir. Directorate members, NBS, please. Please, these pictures, this photograph is just a session, a fashion session. The most fascinating of all the reports, which I hope from the Secretary to the government of the Federation and all the permanent secretaries will be part of it. Please. All right. Thank you very much. Other department, ministries, and agencies, please. Please, so if you came for this, oh, okay, they decided to, this is the only time the MC don't have power. All right, and I don't know whether they are going to. Thank you. If we are done, we can be seated. We continue. There will be a QR code. If you cannot get the hard copies, you are sure to get. You will be able to scan from the QR code, please. Please, we are not leaving. We are staying. The main event is yet to, yes. Dr. Inusa, thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Tokwe. You are almost, yes. Thank you, sir. Just have your seat. Yes. Yes. Dr. Inusa, you can gallantly sit anywhere now. Please, can we come back to our seats? I don't know what I will do now. You know, everything has a limitation. Otherwise, it is either limited or transcend. The best I can do is to go and call the SDGs to come back now, because I don't want to start without him. All right. I think we don't have to waste much time. All right, please can we be seated? Meanwhile, the QR code is there for you. Please can we be seated? We'll continue from now. Oh, I thought it was tea you were sharing. I wanted to say bring my own. All right. What happened to the Sam? Where are your neighbors? You allow them to go. Okay, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before the SG and other finish their interview and join us, we'll continue so that they meet us on the way. Yes, blessing. Come and bless me. All right, we will take on the first presentation. We've been talking much about the power of data. I don't need to say much because you are going to be dealing with a specialist, a consultant, a clinical psychologist who understands both the mind and the body and understands the way we think. She's worked with us for quite a number of years, and we have found her indeed very, very useful. And I'm sure she's going to do justice to this audience. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for the overview of the Nigerian power of data, may I respectfully invite Dr. Sigilola Oluwole to please come and make the presentation. Please, let's put our hands together for her.
Good afternoon, everyone. Standing on the existing protocol, the day is already fast spent. Please permit me to go straight to the overview of power of data. Reflecting global trends, Nigeria is advancing its data systems to support the Sustainable Development Goals by prioritizing the integration of diverse data sources and improving collaboration among stakeholders. Nigeria aims to create a robust, interoperable data ecosystem that meets international standards and facilitates effective data-driven decision-making. This approach not only enhances the nation's ability to monitor progress towards the SDGs, but also strengthens its leadership role in global data initiatives, positioning Nigeria as a key player in shaping the future of data governance and utilization. As an active member of the International Data Consortium, the IDC, Nigeria underscores the significance of constructing a modern, interoperable national data system as part of the broader global data movement. The Power of Data High Impact Initiative Roadmap outlines a strategic approach to harnessing data for economic and social advancement. The Nigerian Action Plan establishes the foundational framework for utilizing data as a critical asset in governance and national development. Aligned with the Renewed Hope Agenda, the Power of Data initiative encompasses both technical and policy reforms designed to advance standards, promote transparency and accountability, and support sustained progress. From data rich to data powered, the primary challenge is not data scarcity. Rather, it lies in fragmentation, silos, and insufficient standardization of access and utilization. That's the use of data. The POD roadmap aims to address these inconsistencies by establishing a unified national data ecosystem that ensures inclusivity for all stakeholders. The blueprint for evidence-based governance. The core mandate of this roadmap is twofold. One, to establish the framework to produce and manage high-quality, timely data. And two, to promote a national data culture where every decision, from resource allocation to policy making, is driven by credible data. The roadmap is structured around 7 strategic pillars, organized within 3 integrated layers. The layers covers from the highest level of leadership and governance to establishing the standards and infrastructure for interoperability and securing the sustainable financing that is required. It is important to highlight the allocation of dedicated pillars to capacity development and the critical, though frequently underemphasized area of monitoring, evaluation, and learning. Leadership, we go to pillar 1. Pillar 1 focuses on promoting political will and establishing data leadership by institutionalizing decision-making through a high-level National Data Council. The key activities for this is to establish a high-level National Data Council chaired by the Presidency, enforce data governance laws, and ensure ministerial buy-in and accountability. Pillar 2 addresses the private sector and international partners, recognizing them not only as stakeholders, but as co-creators and essential providers of data. The key action here is to facilitate secure data sharing between private and public sectors. For instance, the financial sectors, the telecoms, geospatial data, and so many other data flying out there that are in silos. Pillar 3 on data infrastructure and standards. Pillar 3 is to optimize the data ecosystem. It is essential to implement uniform data standards across all MDAs. Standardizing the digital infrastructure will ensure that data is findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable throughout the system. That means the entire system. Pillar 4 is to secure ethical data sharing, which will unlock billions in value for both government and the market. That's on sustainable financing and resource mobilization. If our data is going to move anywhere, there has to be the continuous sustainability with resource financing. Pillar 5 is on capacity development and skills. A strategic plan requires skilled personnel to be effective. A comprehensive upskilling program will equip thousands of public servants with data literacy and place data scientists and fellows at the core of government decision-making teams. The key action is to train at least 10,000 plus public servants in data literacy and analytics, integrate data science skills into civil service promotion criteria, and establish a national data fellowship program that is actually building a data campus. Pillar 6 emphasizes the expansion of administrative survey and geospatial data utilization, the promotion of responsible open data practices and access, and the advancement of analytic applications to strengthen planning and service delivery. And the key actions here is to broaden the use of administrative data, survey, and geospatial data. Implement secure and ethical open data frameworks and deploy advanced analytics to improve planning and service delivery. Pillar 7, which is the most important and oftentimes least looked upon. The focus on Pillar 7 is accountability and learning. That is monitoring, evaluation, and learning. This pillar, the true power of this roadmap lies in its ability to self-correct and learn. This pillar ensures we don't just execute, but we measure, learn, and adapt. It means moving beyond final reports to real-time dashboards for performance tracking to see in real time how initiatives are performing and make corrections quickly. MEL is the accountability mechanism of the POD. The key action is to establish a result-based management framework, embed real-time data dashboards for public sector performance, and institutionalize learning loops for continuous policy improvement. Implementation work plan. POD is not an academic exercise. It is an action plan with clear deliverables. We have the short term, the mid-term, and the long term. The short term are the quick wins. Between now and 12 months, what can be quickly done and seen as achieved. During the initial 12 months, priorities will include establishing the National Data Council, 2, implementing interoperability pilots in critical sectors, and 3, commencing a nationwide upskilling initiative. That's the data campus I mentioned earlier. Over the medium to long term, new standards will be formally established and the measurable long-term impacts of data-driven governance will become evident. Monitoring, review, and governance. Power of data governance in Nigeria is organized into a 3-tier framework. Political leadership at the highest level, technical coordination as the intermediary, and implementation and learning forming the foundational base. The Nigerian Action Plan incorporates these elements throughout its 7 priority areas. The final review will culminate in the POD progress report as specified by the NSDS Monitoring and Evaluation Framework. So, what does success look like in year 2028? That is when we are coming to the end term for the power of data. 1, stronger economy with reliable national statistics that attracts global investment and supports a data-driven private sector. 2, an optimized service delivery, ensuring that every naira and other currencies expended directly benefits the citizens who require it the most. And 3, it will signify enhanced transparency and accountability in public spending. Conclusion. Effective leadership is critical to achieving success with POD. Sustainable financing and ongoing monitoring are required to ensure continual process and progress. Advancing new standards, resolving data silos, and maintaining proactive engagement represent important steps forward. The strength of our national data system depends on collaborative participation and coordinated efforts from all stakeholders. The time to act is now. The POD roadmap is a collective responsibility. We are not just launching a document today. We are launching the definitive tool to unlock Nigeria's digital future. Data is the new oil, and the POD roadmap is our refinery. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May we put our hands together for her? I remember it took us a very, very long times and weeks going over this. So if you don't understand it today, there may be because of two reasons. One is for the first time, and the second one may be afternoon and task. So, but I assure you, when you are calm, you will understand this better. Thank you very much. Now, the second one will be from the NBS itself. I don't know, I didn't collect the name for this. Mr. Siri? Okay. Mr. Siri, the technical assistant to the Station General, is going to take the second overview on the NSDS 2024 to 2028. Please put your hands together for Mr. Siri.
Good morning, SG. Good morning, everyone. I'll be taking us through a quick presentation on overview of the NSDS 2024 to 2028. I'll be following this outline for the presentation, but just to start with saying that the NSDS is a country-led framework for strengthening the statistical system. It's recognized internationally, and most countries develop this document to guide the process by which they use to develop their statistical systems, and Nigeria is no different. It essentially outlines the priorities, the goals, and the actions, and particularly the sort of initiatives that the statistical system wants to take over the next course of time to put it in a place where, to position it in a way that it's able to support national development. For Nigeria, this is the third NSDS that we've put together after the implementation of two different NSDS. In a nutshell, the document usually has, next slide please, usually has several components to it. First, it has an assessment of the current state of the statistical system, just to show where the system is at that point in time. It also gives a strategic vision for the system. So what is the outcome that we want to achieve by developing the system? It also gives the sort of data or sort of activities that we need to conduct within the next few years to position the system to be able to deliver on its mandate. And it also has a section where it focuses on the sort of human resource and the sort of institutional capacity activities or things that need to be done to position the system, and also has a financing and implementation mechanism. As I said, this is the third one that is being implemented in Nigeria. The first one, NSDS 1, which ran between 2010 and 2014, focused on helping to develop the system, focused on developing capacity within the system. I think it was mentioned by Professor Waleke when he said that now in MBS, you see monthly inflation reports, quarterly GDP numbers, but this wasn't the case previously. So the first NSDS and the second one focused on helping the Bureau, and not just the Bureau, the State Bureaus of Statistics, the entire system in a whole, to develop its own capacity to be able to meet up with its basic responsibilities. So right now you have a situation whereby things, core statistical products like prices, GDP, trade, household surveys are being conducted regularly without fail. So that was one of the highlights or achievements that the implementation of the first and second NSDS achieved. Now, where do we want to go with this third one? We want to go from just traditionally conducting surveys and conducting routine exercises. We want to modernize in a way whereby we're taking advantage of new sources of information to produce insights that can help guide government policy and development across the board. We want the system to be driven by technology. We want to harness all the different types of data that are available through technology and unlock, we're talking about investing in data, unlock the dividends of data so that it can be applied to policies across the board. What are our guiding principles in developing this document? First, we want to ensure that the system is more inclusive. Inclusive in the sense that we don't want any aspect of the country, we don't want anybody to be left behind. We want to be able to produce data that caters for every aspect of the society so that government and policymakers are aware of the conditions of people living, even those living in rural communities or hard-to-reach communities. We don't want anyone to be left behind. We want to produce data that is of the highest standard, of the highest quality. We want to make sure that our methodology, the standards and the standards we use in computing data, in producing data of the best qualities possible, aligned with international standards for producing official statistics. We want also a system that is driven by innovation and technology. Technology is changing the way in which everything is being done right now. So we want a system that is not left behind, a system that is driven by technology. We want our staff, the staff across the statistical system, not just MBS, to be well equipped, to be able to meet this mandate. And we don't want to work alone. We want to form partnerships and corporations across the board in achieving this. In terms of how we developed this document, I think it was one of the most comprehensive. I think the SG mentioned it in his speech. Next slide, please. When we started producing this document, we started from within the Bureau. There was an extensive consultation process that led to the development of this document. It started from in-house, and then we moved also to we convened the National Stakeholders Summit, where we brought all aspects of the national statistical system, all major stakeholders, to come and deliberate on how we intended to, we wanted to know what they would like, their own vision for the national statistical system, because we didn't just want a situation where it was just MBS that was profiling, putting forward ideas. We wanted it to be inclusive in how we produce the document. So we had a National Stakeholder Summit in Abuja, where we collected information and inputs from stakeholders. And then we now took it to the zonal level. We had a stakeholders engagement in the north. I think that was in Kano, and in the south, in Akwa Ibom. All of this was to make sure that MBS was not just alone in putting forward a proposal for the development of the system on its own. We wanted it to be inclusive, and we wanted everybody to have an input into this document, so that in terms of implementation of the document, everybody will understand where their roles are and their responsibilities. So the strategic pillars for the development of this document is very closely aligned with what the power of data is also proposing. So there are 7 strategic areas where we've identified where we want to see that activities are conducted through. Statistical advocacy, we want to ensure that there's a good understanding of data. People are able to interpret data properly. So that's one strategic area. Legal and policy framework, the slide before, please. Legal and policy framework. We want to ensure that all bureaus of statistics, we have the MBS at the top, and then we have subnationals. We want to ensure that every state in Nigeria has its own national established Bureau of Statistics, and we want to ensure that the legal framework that MBS is riding on is also fit for purpose. So under that, you'll be seeing that we'll be reviewing the Statistical Act, which I think is even already ongoing. We have institutional arrangements. I think Madam Segi mentioned the establishment of a National Data Council. That's something that we want to also do to make sure that we promote the issue of statistics from the highest level in the country, so that we can ensure that it is being used for policy making and program development. Human resource development, we want to ensure that we have the best trained staff in the country in terms of, all these new sources of data science. We want to ensure that we have data scientists. We want to have that capability within the system. We want to ensure that our data infrastructure is sound. All the surveys we conduct in MBS, we don't conduct them from thin air. We have registries, what we call frames. We want to ensure that all the frames in the MBS, either the business frame, household frames, all these directories are updated and, before deployed into conducting surveys. We also want to ensure that we're utilizing alternative sources of data, conducting researches that help to bring out different aspects that just looking at traditional surveys will not provide. So what are some specific activities that we're going to be seeing under the new NSDS? We're going to be seeing a regularization of stakeholder workshops, to inform stakeholders about how the surveys have been conducted, what the results mean, and how the data should be utilized. We'll be seeing more media engagement over the next 4 years. We're also going to be seeing a review of the Statistics Act, like I mentioned, and they start making sure that all the other 7 state bureaus of statistics that have not established their state bureaus of statistics are done within the next 4 years. We're going to be seeing the establishment of a new council of National Council of Statistics, like I mentioned. We're going to also be seeing, hopefully, a pooling of statisticians across the federal level MDAs. That's something we want to do to ensure that there's appropriate documentation across MDAs so that the administrative data coming from MDAs is also very sound, and we're able to utilize it for policy. We want to make sure that we conduct several trainings on data science, AI, machine learning. This is something that we want to do deliberately. We don't want a situation whereby we're just only focused on producing our routine surveys. We want to be able to take advantage of other alternative sources of data. So we're going to be seeing all these different activities across the board over the next 4 years. In the interest of time, I think I'll move faster. The financing of the NSDS is one important aspect of the NSDS. One thing we're trying to change under this NSDS is to change the way in which we see financing of statistics in Nigeria. We want to make sure that expenditure on statistics is seen as an investment that is able to yield returns. If we see it that way, that is when we'll be able to convince policymakers and government to fund statistics appropriately. So that is something that we're going to be doing quite vigorously under the NSDS, pursuing adequate financing for this document. If you look at the budget that has been developed, it's just an estimate. Next slide, please. For what we think it will cost to fully implement the NSDS. The total amount estimated is about $875 million. This is not just for MBS, this is across the entire statistical system. So that's both national and subnational. And this covers both capital and recurrent expenditures. This is not money that we have. This is just an estimate of what we believe the investment that needs to go into the statistical system over the next 5 years should be. So as I've said, we're going to be seeing a deliberate resource mobilization effort by not just MBS, but all members of the statistical system to ensure that we're able to, meet up with the responsibilities that we have under this document. We've been talking about the alignment of the NSDS and the power of data. We don't want to be working in silos. We don't want a situation where we're duplicating effort. So if you look at the fundamental pillars of the NSDS and the fundamental pillars of the power of data, they're all focused on 3 major things. Making sure that we have a modernized statistical system that is focused, that is driven by technology, taking advantage of all alternative sources of data, and making sure that we're producing insights that we're not just seeing from just traditional sources of data. There's also a big emphasis on stakeholder engagement, partnership, collaboration. Nobody wants to be working in silos. We want to be able to take advantage of the expertise that exists within the system in different places so that we can produce a common goal. And there's also an emphasis on monitoring and evaluation. We don't just want to be implementing all of these activities without checking to make sure if we're actually achieving anything or achieving the goals and the objectives of the strategy. So in conclusion, MBS, as the coordinator of the system, is leading the implementation of the 3rd round of the NSDS. It's a bold and ambitious strategy, and we're going to be pushing aggressively to make sure that we at least achieve, even if it's 70%, and I think that would be a huge transformation for the data system. The implementation is already underway. We started, even though we're launching the document today, implementation has started on this document since 2024. If you look at some of the activities that we have done. And this needs the commitment of everybody. It's not just MBS, it needs the commitment of all the stakeholders across the system. And I think if we all commit to this, I'm sure we'll be able to achieve this. Thank you very much.
Please, can we put our hands together for Mr. Siri? You know, luckily the pressmen are not here. Otherwise, they would have said, Mr. Siri said we have about $70-something million to execute this program. You're welcome, sir. Even before I know you, you know, by their fruit you shall know them. So I know it's another big fish in the statistical system. You know, a long time ago, the SG was telling us that when we were in the Federal Office of Statistics, they were calling us Office of Suffering. But he said we will soon become an Office of Innovation. No, the enjoyment he didn't include. But if the special advisor to the president say enjoyment, if we get that money for the NSDS, then the enjoyment will come. Thank you very much. Before we do that, let me quickly recognize some of our friends, especially those in the ministries that are our partners that we had to offense. I want to welcome from the Central Bank. We are looking at them. We thought they have gotten angry and didn't come, but thank God they later came. It just I didn't notice them. The Director of Statistics of CBN, Dr. Moses Okonachi. I hope he's still with us. Dr. Moses, thank you, sir, thank you. Even though you are like EFCC, we don't like introducing you. EFCC, they will run away, but for the Central Bank, they will run after you. So, we also have the representative of the country rep and head of mission of the World Health Organization, Dr. Parcel, is represented here by Mrs. Nkiru Oko, is the technical officer monitoring and evaluation, digital health, World Health Organization. Dr. Nkiru, welcome. Thank you very much. It's good to have you. Our friend, you know, once a permanent secretary, always a permanent secretary, Dr. Emeka Vitalis. Sir, you are welcome, sir. Well done, sir. Those are people like you that encourage retirees. When they see people like you and they say you are retired, some will want to retire. Until when they retire, you see them differently. But if everybody was to be that, oh, it's still serving. No wonder a retiree will not be looking like this. Thank you, sir. Thank you. You are welcome, sir. It's good to have you. Thank you, sir. I was wondering, I said, is your own different from our own? Okay. Okay. Thank you, Honorable Sir, for coming from the House of Representatives. Honorable Akim Adeyemi. Oh, you are sharing the same name with the Station General. I can see. Thank you very much, sir. The Chairman, House Committee on Southwest Development Commission from Oyo. By their fruit you shall know them. Please, can we put our hands together for the Honorable? We have from the executive, the only people we don't have here was from the judiciary, but the secretary of the government was here. Now that he's here, we don't have to go to court unless we have issues. If you just finish and endorse, that's all. We are good to go. I think this meeting is complete. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we possibly be taking the last but most important aspect of this gathering, and that has to do with the panel session, which has to do with the convening of the stakeholders on data and statistical development. I don't know, Anne Ibrahim, is Anne here? The list? Yes. Okay. I don't know if Wayne has the list of those. Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The man who will be doing justice to this is my only brother. We have the same father. But because he was born abroad, they call himself Wayne. But my own is Wane. So that's how we discovered each other from the UNICEF. A very pragmatic leader, very caring, very friendly. I wonder if he ever gets angry. But ladies and gentlemen, the man easily mixed. You can see he looks like he's coming from Kano, but he's not. Please welcome Mr. Wayne Barkley from UNICEF. I'll be handing over, of course, as chairman, you sit in the middle. And yes, yes, sir. Thank you very much. And then whoever you invite is your panelist, who you didn't invite as I stay away. Thank you very much. Please welcome Mr. Wayne Barkley once again.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. How are you? Good. My name is Wayne Bakale. I am the Chief of Planning Monitoring for Nigeria, UNICEF country office. And I'm really honored to be moderating this panel discussion. And I have a list of my August and my brothers as well. So maybe first and foremost, I would like to invite the panel members. To start, one of my brother, my long-lost brother from OSOP SDG, Dr. Bala, Yunusa, please join me in front. Second is my other long-lost brother, please this side, from NBS, Mr. Ayudu Olokpo. Yeah. Ayudu, sorry. Third is our special advisor to the President on Economic Matters. Yeah, thank you. Dr. Faswa Tope. Yeah, please. Third, the Director of Statistics of CBN, Dr. Usman Moses Okpanache. Yes, a round of applause, please. Third, the fifth is our Director of Research from the Center for the Study of Economies for Africa, Dr. Adedeji Adeniran. Yes. And last but not the least, our Assistant Representative of UNFPA, Mr. Adata Dasogot, or he's otherwise called Dashe. Oga Dashe, please join me. So while our colleagues are preparing for the panel, I would like to share the objective of this panel discussion. The main objective of this panel discussion is generally to have a strategic dialogue among government, development partners, and private sector on how Nigeria can strengthen the coordination, sustainable financing, interoperability, as well as inclusiveness across its national data system as it begins the implementation of the Power of Data initiatives in Nigeria. As you have heard in the speeches this morning, we are not starting from zero on the Power of Data initiative, so it will be good to hear from our colleagues on what are their perspectives on this matter. So just to start the discussion, there's one key question I would like to ask to our panel members. And later, heads up, this will be an interactive session, so please don't hesitate to also share your thoughts. One of, maybe just to initiate the discussion, one of my first question is, what has been the role of your organization or office on data and statistics in Nigeria? And what do you think is the important thing that we need to do to accelerate the data, the use of data and statistics in Nigeria? So maybe I would like to start with my colleague, my brother from OSOP SDG, to share his perspective on data and statistics in Nigeria. Dr. Bala?
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon, colleagues. So I spoke earlier on behalf of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Sustainable Development Goals. So going by the mandate of the office, we are responsible for monitoring, evaluation, and reporting for the Sustainable Development Goals. We're talking about 17 goals, 169 targets, and 230 key performance indicators. There is no way we can, without robust data systems, that we can plan, implement, and measure progress on the 230 key performance indicators. And therefore, recognizing this and knowing that we must establish baseline for the Sustainable Development Goals. Way back in 2016, we worked closely with the National Bureau of Statistics to conduct SDG baseline indicator survey to establish our starting point, because if you don't know your starting point, measuring impact by 2030 will become somewhat tricky. We've seen that during the implementation of the Millennium Development Goals, and therefore we needed to do things differently. So that process led us to completely realign the national statistical system with the requirements and indicators of the SDGs, so that on annual basis, and today one of the reports that has just been presented is on the review, and it's the third one in the series. So the idea is, through our national statistical system, we must be able to report progress or lack of it on the Sustainable Development Goals. So what the Power of Data initiative is trying to do is to help us strengthen this national statistical system through the National Bureau of Statistics. And this initiative must strengthen the capacity of the National Bureau of Statistics to deliver on its mandate. And so this is why from the very beginning we welcome this. I've mentioned that we have worked already with NBS to log on to the Inclusive Data Charter, which is also another way of strengthening the national statistical system, so that the data that we produce is not only inclusive, but also disaggregated as appropriate. So the Power of Data will just take us the next step as we begin to strengthen the national statistical system for effective coordination. Thank you.
Now, thank you, Dr. Bala. I think the key message I got is the important role of robust data system for inclusive as well as utility for the SDG in Nigeria. Maybe I'll go to this side with my Oga and this side. So I wonder if you could share with us what has been the role of your organization on data and statistics, and how can we improve the data and statistics in Nigeria? And by the way, I hope these mics are working. Maybe we can try this one. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you so very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I am representing the Central Bank of Nigeria, and we are a regulator. We regulate the Nigerian financial banking system, and in addition to that, we have exclusive prerogative of formulating and implementing monetary policy. Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria is a major consumer of data, both official and even unofficial data. It might interest the audience to also know that the bank produces some official statistics for Nigeria, including the balance of payment statistics, monetary statistics, and several others that come in the way of surveys, mostly impressionistic ones, that enable us to evaluate perceptions and expectations out there. Now, so looking at us as both users and producers, I guess you would imagine that primary, of primary concern to us is the quality of data, because we rely on data extensively for decision making. At the moment, we have a leadership that is data driven, and so more than ever before, there's been a renewed focus on data integrity, data quality at the Central Bank of Nigeria. We're also concerned about how data is used, particularly the ones that we produce, because there's a lot of ignorance about some of this data out there, and we are working actively to see to it that there's some understanding. And in this regard, we partner extensively with other institutions of government and also the private sector. Of particular importance and note is our partnership and collaboration with the National Bureau of Statistics. We have a very robust framework of collaboration and partnership that dates, very far back, and this has continued to be better. Now, beyond partnership, we also see the role of technology in facilitating the use of data. And to this extent, we have implemented certain initiatives. For example, we have the integrated data sharing portal. Right now, there are 7 MDAs on this portal, and we're looking forward to onboarding more MDAs that ensure seamless transfer or exchanges of data between us and these MDAs and amongst the MDAs themselves. I would like to conclude my intervention by also noting the role of data commons, digital commons, because ultimately we believe that access to data should be democratized. And one of the ways we can ensure that people have access to data is to make it available with the aid of the technology that we have today. So if you go to our website, you know that we have the CBN Digital Commons. There you can access all the varieties of data. I think on this note, I would like to commend the NDS and all the other partners for the NSDS, and also the Power the Power of Data Initiative. We look forward to being a part of it, and we are always proud of the leadership that NBS has provided in the ecosystem.
No, thank you. I just have one follow-up question, but I think there are 3 key messages I got. One is the importance of stakeholders to use the data, the value and importance of partnership and collaboration, as well as the use of technology, especially on how to make sure that this is available to the public. Maybe one of the follow-up question I have with the Central Bank of Nigeria is it's related to financial sustainability. As you have noticed, it's one of the pillar on how we can accelerate power of data in Nigeria. So I wonder, in your view, what sustainable financing strategy can we introduce or strengthen in Nigeria to ensure a long-term sustainability of the data and statistics system in Nigeria? Olga.
Thank you again for that very interesting question. Financing is at the heart of the success of the statistical system, and it's been a major challenge of the ecosystem in Nigeria. Maybe I want to start by looking at what is not sustainable, and then from there talk about what is sustainable. One of the things that we think, or I think, is not sustainable is government funding statistics alone, right? We have seen this this approach over the years, where the society thinks that it's the business of government and government alone to fund statistics. This is not sustainable. The other one that I also believe is not sustainable is donor funding. Yeah, we have had a lot of donor support in this system. As far back as I can remember, I used to be with the United Nations Development Program as national economist, and we had tremendous support coming from the UN system to the NBS and other institutions, and this has remained. But it is also has become a bit volatile. I'm sure we all can understand what has happened lately with Trumpism, and so what it means is that good as that source of financing can be, or big as it might even be, we can no longer see it as a sustainable way of financing data or financing the ecosystem. Now I turn to the issue of what may be considered as sustainable. And I think it's actually around blending the diversity of funding that we have available, which, have some of which have been there over the years. But more importantly, we need to bring the private sector funding into this equation. Now, before going to the private sector, and I'd like to also speak briefly about the government sector, we need to make the business case. And I was very happy when Isere was making that presentation about the payoffs from investment in data. It needs to be emphasized, and we need to do this more analytically for our leaders or even our politicians to see that whatever it is they are investing in data is not just some kind of investment that yields no return. So it is our duty as technocrats to make this business case that, look, you invest in data, these are the payoffs, right? So if that works for the public sector, I think it can also work for the private sector. The private sector must see that, the data that we produce, make available to them, in some ways complement what they do, and therefore it makes a business case to invest in our capacity to produce such data. Then, beyond this issue of blending and also making the business case, I think, lastly, if you will indulge me, that we also need to begin to think about the possibility of commercializing some data products. It doesn't have to be everything, right? But there are data products that we can creatively, develop that can be commercialized, and when we do that, and with the benefit of, improvement with time, we should be able to add to the existing line a sustainable way of financing data going forward.
Thank you very much. I got two very important points as food for thought. One is probably we need to explore diversifying our funding modalities. Exploring the private sector is very key. At the same time, exploring the government structure, probably having those business case to justify or demonstrate the value of investing on data is very important, and probably explore commercialization of some of our initiatives. So thank you very much. Maybe I'll move to my next panel member, Olga. Maybe if you can briefly share with us the important role of your organization on data and statistics, and what do you think should we do to elevate or accelerate data and statistics system? Over.
Right, thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone, and congrats to the MBS for this event. My present office is as Special Advisor to the President on Economic Affairs, and fortuitously, the moment I resumed that office in September 2023, one of my first ports of call was to the MBS, and I had so many visits to the MBS because I recognize their centrality even to the achievement of the aims and ambitions of the government. because it really doesn't matter much how much we run around and try to fulfill the mandate if we're not capturing the results of that running around and all those efforts. So the NBS is extremely important, even from a political economy perspective. And therefore, since then, I've actually advocated at several fora for more strengthening of the institution of the NBS, more funding. Dr. Panashi, I think, spoke about the inadequacy of sometimes having to look for donor funding. I think the government should take the NBS extremely very serious. And that should also go for the state bureaus for statistics and down the line as well. Honestly, it bespeaks a lot of ignorance for governments across the board not to finance data. Because again, data has become extremely central to almost everything in the world. I mean, someone said data is the new oil, is the new currency. And what I've seen so far is a scenario where in this country, many institutions, they dump data, and we don't take things very serious. If you look at the express road passing Sheraton here, or Abuja Continental, you know, there's a tome of data to be harnessed. If you want to harness only the number of cars that use that express road, that number of cars, in the big data world, is essential for several reasons. You can use that to determine how long that road can last, how many cars are going through, what type of cars or trucks are going through there, which car is the most popular in Nigeria, what about things like tolling, you know, how do you generate revenue, you know, how many people are using each vehicle on the average, how many people are in the vehicle, you know, speed limit, and so on and so forth. Policies will come out of that. So I'm not, what I've seen so far today also is that very common fallacy of looking at data as only numbers that generate from maybe organizations like NBS, like the central bank. Data, for those of us who are students of big data, is everything. Nigeria has come up to be one of the strongest countries on social media. There is data, I think an OECD data, that places Nigeria as #1 in terms of the amount of time that people spend on social media in the world. What that means is that Nigeria is the one, we are perhaps, arguably, the one generating the data with which the Facebooks of this world, the Twitter or X, and all those other platforms make a lot of money. At best, they give us a trickle of the money. We're happy that we're content creators. But we're generating the data because the data is not just a number. Every time you take a picture of yours and upload on Facebook or on Twitter, that's data you're supplying. For every click, every like, every share, that's data, metadata you're generating. So for too long, we've actually been dumping data. So one of the things I've been doing is to create that kind of education, because I want Nigerians to obsess. We have to be obsessed with our data. When you dump data, you're dumping money. If data is the new money and you don't know what to do with your data, first of all about data, you must know you must capture data. When you capture enough data, you must find out to store data. And then you now get to the point of analytics in terms of what does this data mean? It's coming in torrents and in you know, so many gigabytes and terabytes and so on. How do we analyze and bring value and meaning out of this data? Because if you don't, those who understand what to do with your data, you're going to have to go back to them to buy what you own. All right? So I commend the MBS and for the initiatives they're taking, the power of data and the NSBS as well. I see the MBS is moving forward, solidly understanding that they are right in the cauldron of the whole thing about data. And, you know, the leadership of MBS is thinking forward and taking the initiative to match the rest of the world. We can't generate enough data, but we have the data. So we must know how to capture the data, how to store the data, how to analyze the data, how to use the data. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Oga. I think the important role of education is really key to make sure that we utilize data. In fact, I really completely agree with you that Nigeria has used data very much. In fact, with the multiple indicator survey that NBS is leading, Nigeria is the most downloaded data in the whole world. So you can really see the power of data in Nigeria. So a round of applause, everybody, for that. Yeah, maybe Oga, just a follow-up. I wonder, based on your opinion, how can improved data governance and interoperability unlock economic growth in Nigeria?
Oh yes,
I mean opportunities.
No, you know what? It's everything. You know, I mean, like, you know, as an accountant as well, I'm also a chartered accountant. So there's something we learned in accounting law, and you would always talk about substance over form. You know, substance over form. The point is, we're chasing economic growth. Luckily, we got to 4.23%. The previous quarter went down a little bit to 3.98%. We're hoping to close this year around 4% GDP growth. Our ambition is to take the GDP growth to double digits sometimes next year or year after. The point is, we have absolutely no reason not to be growing at double digits in this country. There's so much space for growth. We have so much energy among our people. We have a youth bulge. Our average age is 16.9%. 16.9%. That's Nigeria. So if we went back to look at how countries that are developed today, what they did in the past, even the UK, for example, in the 70s and part of the 80s, the US in the 50s, 60s, the roaring 20s, they grew at 15% in some years. So there's absolutely no reason, but clearly, remember what I said earlier, whatever we do. So the reason why I went to MBS when I resumed was to say, you know, let me see how, I want to see from the eyes of MBS. And I also want the MBS, without interfering with their work, to see from the eyes of government. So that everywhere government is putting an initiative, MBS is also there, capturing, okay, this is what this has done. And then we now look at, okay, how much has it grown? However, at the end of the day, it is what MBS reports. So people have to take that man very seriously, SG sitting down there, Prince Adeyemi there. It's what they report. That is your, you know, so whatever it is, I mean, when we were doing WAEC, they say, WAEC failed me, see what JAMB gave me. It's what you wrote. You know, so at the end of the day, whatever JAMB has given you or WAEC has given you is what you wrote. By the time they're giving you, there's no court of appeal. So that's the problem. However, in terms of, you mentioned something and which brought to my mind the issue of collaboration and partnerships. There are a few private sector organizations, I'll give them free advert, like Nairametrics, like ProShare, who are also beginning to put together their own data as private sector organizations. And you know, when you're doing PhD, they tell you about triangulation of data. So there's nothing wrong. I've seen a few people make presentation here today. We want to have a single source of data. We want to have a certain centrality of data. And that's secondary. Let everybody do their work well. There will be an MBS, a CBN, that are known to be massive repositories of data, especially the MBS. But if Nairametrics or ProShare is also doing their own, we can also use that to benchmark. There will be some kind of nano data, nano micro level data that some of those organizations may be able to get about a specific thing. When I talk about the cars passing through Sheraton, all you need to do is put a small robot there. That's, you know, a machine that captures every car that's passing. You can even capture the pictures if you want. A human being will not be able to do that. So maybe some of those organizations can do that. There's absolutely nothing wrong. So that a researcher will now say, okay, whereas I have MBS data, but what is this guy saying? What is that guy saying? Let's discount for the weaknesses of those organizations, and then we get to a midpoint. So there's very big room for collaboration. There's very big room for growth in this country. You see, and let me land with this. Last week I was in a certain event such as this. And somebody said, you know what, have you been to my 12th market recently? Some private sector guys went to my 12th market in Lagos and they used solar power. Yes, it was a solar event, a kind of power event. They used solar power to create a fridge a refrigerator where market people can put their remaining tomatoes and all of those things and then freeze them up, and all of a sudden, all of the rotting tomatoes and all those rotting agricultural products that we've been seeing in my 12 market have disappeared. And therefore, that then has impact on post-harvest losses and so on, and all those kind of things. So we need to capture those ones. Now, who is reporting that, and who has the boots on ground to be able to capture some of those ways by which the economy is changing? Therefore, I set it upon myself to be the contrarian. I want to look where nobody is looking. I want to present data that nobody is capturing. And I'll use my own apparatus, but of course, we know that we need to fund the NBS extremely more. NBS should be awash with cash. We want to work on frequency of data. For example, I always have issues with the data on multidimensional, which many of our opposition parties use as a weapon now. It's a 2022 data. I wish that the NBS were able to do that data at least every year, if not twice a year, with the kind of place we are. And of course, with the fact that whatever numbers we put out to the world is what we are judged by. Whatever numbers we achieve is what we are judged by. As we sit here today, Nigeria is now known to be the poorest country in the world, the country with the lowest longevity, the country where women die the most. And I said, look, this is not possible. Because I have cause to believe that this is not the worst country in the world. And I mean, we just said it now. We are giving the most data to the world by social media alone. We're giving money away. You know what I'm saying? So anyhow, but it's a work in progress. It's not a destination, it's a journey. So, and I commend NBS on what they've been able to achieve so far. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And there are three very important points I really would like to highlight. One is the importance of up-to-date data and periodic analysis. Second is the powerful opportunities in benchmarking and the benefit of collaboration of different organizations. And last but not the least, which is very important, as we gather data and statistics, it's very important that we put ourselves in the shoes of those who are needing it. The more we understand what they need, the more the data will be useful. So thank you very much. Yeah, maybe I can move now to this side with our OGA Director of NBS. If you can, well, we already know the important role of NBS, but maybe in your view, what do you think, what has been the initiatives that NBS is leading on strengthening data and statistics, and what else can we do to further elevate the agenda? Over.
Yeah, thank you very much. My boss is here, and a whole lot more. A lot has been said already about statistics in Nigeria. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Liz. A lot has been said about statistics and its benefits to Nigeria already today. The whole of today, we're talking about the power of data, we're talking about the NSDS, talking about SDGs, how they are measured and the impact of it thereof. And NBS is at the center of all this discussion. So it puts NBS in a position whereby NBS also needs to deliver on its mandate of providing the data in the first place. But NBS on its own can do as much as it can, but NBS needs the support of everybody in this room and outside this room to be able to succeed, to provide the kind of data that everybody requires. Everybody wants NBS to have up-to-date data. Everybody wants NBS to have data that is qualitative. Everybody wants timely data for Nigerians. But at the same time, too, NBS is beset with a lot of issues in terms of, like you've said, everybody has said here, in terms of funding. NBS is suffering significantly from funding issues. Yes, we've been told that, yes, maybe we need to go beyond our current resources, which is more or less government subvention. Maybe we should think of other ideas of how to bring in resources in terms of collaborations or in terms of, as I said, Dr. Panachi said beautifully here earlier, in terms of private sector funding to statistics in this country, and all other things that are possible, or maybe even sale of statistics on its own in terms of our reports that we generate, which are beautiful reports. NBS stands to benefit from all these things, but NBS on its own can do as much as the funds can allow. MBS is always willing. I mean, MBS with the leadership of our Chief Executive, Mr. Adeniran, in terms of innovation that has brought into MBS. As we speak in this room now, prior to now, MBS would have hired maybe a communications specialist to cover this event. But I can proudly tell you that whatever is going on here is being done by MBS. The camera people you see, the streaming service you are seeing, all these things you are seeing is being done by MBS because our chief executive has taken it upon himself that, yes, people know us in the name of MBS, but people don't know what we do. And trying to make people know what we do, we need to improve significantly on our communications. And that is why we can see the young men and women that are here doing all the things that we're having. It's an encouragement to make sure that we build the capacity of the personnel within the office to deliver not just on the matter of statistics, but also to be able to communicate statistics to the world. And the power of data, the data itself, will make no meaning to anybody if nobody hears about it. So what do we do in that case? So that's why we are all here today, even show the world that yes, there's a POD that we want the world to know about. There's also the NSDS. The NSDS tells you what our intentions are. I mean, Sri said it beautifully here earlier. What do we want to do? We want to improve on the human capacity of the Bureau and the whole NSS, as it were. Also, not just that, but also it opens opportunities because there are a whole list of activities or plans in terms of the data gathering activities that MBS wants to embark on through this 2024-2028 NSDS has been designed. MBS, when you talk about collaboration, MBS is ready to collaborate with anybody that's willing to collaborate with MBS to make sure that those things are done. So the data will be available. Earlier also, the Deputy Country Rep of UNICEF said something here that the Mix 7 is ongoing, as we all know. Multiple Indicator Cluster Survey, the 7th edition is currently ongoing. It's a collaboration between MBS and the UNICEF, significantly, the World Bank and other funders. MBS has the human capacity, MBS has the technical know-how, but MBS can't do these things alone, and that's why we call on people to collaborate with us, and we are looking forward to more collaborations. Currently, we are engaged with the National Health Insurance Authority. We've done with Ministry of Health for the Health Facility Survey. We're doing others with other, practically on every other week, somebody coming to MBS seeking to collaborate with MBS to provide data. Housing data is there, we don't have enough of it, and we want to have enough of it. We're collaborating with the Ministry of Housing to do that, and so many other ones. So the power of data that we are talking about today is something that is going to be beneficial to all of us. MBS also, in terms of innovation, we did what we call the ISAs, Integrated System of Administrative Statistics, whereby currently we are piloting with 15 agencies, whereby we want to have, because as you said, people have data in silos and nobody gets to hear about them, but we're trying to bring all those things out now by linking ourselves to them so that through APIs and can pull up all that data in whatever form it comes, either in paper form, whether in digital form, in whatever forms, PDF files, Word documents, Excel documents. MBS will be able to plug into those agencies' data sets and bring them up and then make it into reports, statistical reports that anybody in the world can reach out to. I know of recent, when we had the conversations with one of the airline, regulatory agencies in the airline industry, by the time MBS started interacting with them on what they have, they were shocked as to what they had in terms of data. They had so much they didn't even know they have. But because the conversations we're having now on ISAs is going to make them understand that, this information that you have there, keep it to yourself. It is beneficial to all of us. And we are measuring GDP. How do all these things impact on GDP? It's the same thing. MBS is also currently doing another one with the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, the International Cross-Border Trade Statistics. We're trying to get data, because currently we have data from formal sources, which we present in our trade statistics on a quarterly basis. But there's so much trade going on between Nigeria and other countries that's not captured, but it's informal. So we want to see what the countries around us are doing with Nigeria that is not captured in the formal records. And there's an example that we are told by the Executive Secretary of the NEPC. She said that the time they went to, I think it was somewhere in the Northwest, and they went to the Onion Cabal, that's what she called it, that the Onion Cabal, in a period of about 7 months or thereabout, they had done a turnover of $80 million US export of onions from Nigeria that nobody even knows about. And things like that, if we have, the more data we have, the better we will know. Also, in terms of even the production from Aba, They also notice that almost all the things that are produced in Aba in terms of textiles and shoes and all the things, footwear, is exported to other African countries and there's no record. So NBS is currently working with them now to carry out a survey, and NBS is about the first country in Africa to try to do that. Nigeria and South Africa were chosen as the pilot countries in Africa to do the ICBT survey. So it's something we're going to start now. It's going to happen next year, and it's something that's going to generate more data. We make things, we sell things, we don't know those things. So data, Nigeria is doing a lot more than we are capturing. But also, the MBS also, in terms of our data capture from establishments, we also use this opportunity also to talk to a lot of establishments to make sure that if and when you see staff of the National Statistics coming to you to collect data, please open your doors to us and afford us the data. You said something earlier, Dr. Fashua said something that, it's like garbage in, garbage out. If you don't produce that, using the WAEC result and JAM results, if the GDP of Nigeria is 500 billion US dollars, somebody say, oh, it's too small. It's too small. It may be too small because the data we have, it's what we're going to use. If you don't provide that data to us, we can't use it. And if you decide not to give us the numbers because you're afraid of taxation or whatnot, it's the same thing. It makes the numbers lower than it actually is. So you can say that, oh, I sell my bread. I've sold bread today of 10 million. But when MBS comes to your doors and says, how much bread did you sell? You say, oh, no, I sold only 500,000. MBS will take 500,000. It won't take the 10 million that you have sold. So it's things like that that will help us. So the power of data will make sure that all of us are beneficiaries. And as has been said, every expenditure in data is an investment. And the investment will come out for each and every one of us, whereby you will have, if cost of doing business in Nigeria reduces, it benefits all companies. Trade improves, it benefits all of us because the Naira becomes stronger, our currency becomes stronger. So the benefits of investing in statistics is so much in data is fun. We all need to invest in statistics. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Very important key messages, but I think the most important message I really got is the importance of collaboration. I personally can attest that NBS has really the capacity, technical capacity on data and statistics, and I think the more we all collaborate together, the more we're able to utilize those findings from the data. Maybe I'll go to this side again. So, okay, I wonder if the mic is working. So I wonder if you can briefly introduce to us what's the role of your center on data and statistics, and what do you think we need to do in Nigeria to accelerate the benefit of data and statistics? Over to you.
Thank you so much. Happy to be here. And I think we've discussed a lot about people that are generating the data. My Center for Study of Economics of Africa, we're a think tank, and we are core users of the data that comes out of MBS, CBN, and all the other data generating agencies. And as a core data users, we look at how we can transform this data to create value, whether in terms of policy making, evidence generation, and to really embed ourselves into that value chain. I like the example that has been used, that data is the new oil, and so we know that oil has been there for more than 1 million years. It is when we actually refine the oil that we created the value and that led to the development. So also, the data that we are talking about, how do we really change and extract value out of that data? That is one role of actually think tanks, and where my center comes in. So we are part of the data value generation system. For example, we have actually initiatives like what we call tobacco data initiatives. It's in 7 countries, and that initiative really try to gather all the data, for example, on tobacco control in the country. We house it into one space whereby anyone that wants to really take any decision, research work on that can actually plug in, download the dashboard, download the data, even like if you have new data, you can put it on that system. It's a data system that actually we've implemented across the African continent. But more importantly, our role is also to really push and advocate for better data sharing platform. We cannot generate value without data sharing. I think one very interesting statistics from United Kingdom says that among private sector, the share of firms that actually extract value from their data system is about 14%. And that is amounting to about $1 trillion in terms of lost value in data. In a developed country, just 14% of firms are extracting data. If you look at in Nigeria, it just shows you that that will be much, much lower. And I think part of what as an institution we have been trying to do, we have a work stream called data governance, whereby we look at the issue around how can we really promote data interpretability. One of the ideas we have actually anchored on in recent years is the role of data intermediaries. And NBS could be a data intermediary, but we can actually have innovations whereby people come in and become data innovators, whereby, for example, the fear in data sharing sometimes is if this person creates value, what belongs to me? And how do I ensure that my data is really, really protected? The data intermediary can actually play that role in ensuring that when you can actually have an exchange, just like what financial institution is, whereby they really anchor savings and deploy investment, data intermediaries can also do the same in creating value for ourselves. Another thing we've done as an institution is partnership, and I think just to also appreciate MBS, in recent years we have actually also partnered some of the data that they've released, they've actually involved us as part of dialogue and discussion, whereby we bring in the public to really discuss what this means for policy, what does this mean for advocacy. And I think that has, in a way, changed a lot of things. I remember the unemployment data that was released, that was really quite controversial. And we were actually to organize a dialogue with the NBS on this. I was part of the committee that was really organizing this. And you could see a lot of people that we were trying to invite, professors, professionals, they were coming with the art that they will come and really tell it to their face that what they have done is wrong. But after, and I think after the NBS presented the reason for the methodology, the reason, I think the conversation changed into how do we really better use this data with the information there in order to communicate. And I think that's one thing we have done. That is one thing NBS in recent years has been doing effectively. For us, we are not just doing it at the national level. We have a researcher that sits at the Lagos State National Planning and also the Bureau of Data and Statistics there. And we have been using the data that Lagos State government is producing to generate a lot of reports. There is actually Lagos State development updates that we partner, and we are called partner in that area. So that's other area in terms of building partnership to ensure that this data that is just coming, not just from federal, but also at the state level, we make effective use of it. But in a very small level too, we are all data producers, right? And also for my institution, we also produce some, small data, but meaningful data. For example, if you're actually interested in, for example, AI adoption in Nigeria now, very little information you will get in terms of this very big data set. But we have actually collected data, of course, about 500 firms in Nigeria to really see what is the level of AI usage, AI adoption rate. Based on that data, we're actually even collaborating with, we have been invited by even Harvard University to even collaborate with them on the research work stream to deepen that, and that led us to even collect more data on, for example, we are going on the field now to collect data on AI and its usage in the education sector in Nigeria. So these are kind of work we have been doing over the past years. And to me, what I want to emphasize in terms of what do we need to really create more value, I think it has to do with more partnership, like with data generation agency like MBS, but also data policies. We need to really incentivize and bring up innovations idea that can ensure people willingness to really share data, put out the data where, and we can really generate the value we need to start generating from our data set.
Good. Thank you very much. There are a round of applause, please. Very important ingredients on a successful data and statistics system. 3 points I got. One is the important role of communication and creating that platform where stakeholders convene, understand the data and what does it really mean. That's one. Second is, which is very important, yes, we need to create a platform where we share data, and equally important is to ensure that there's a strong data governance. We need to protect those data. We need to ensure that those data are used as how it was intended to be used. And one way to do this is to identify some innovative ways to manage data and use data effectively. So thank you very much. Maybe I'll move to the next Oga, last but not the least, our Oga from UNFPA. So maybe if you can share with us the role of UNFPA on data and statistics, and maybe because as one of the co-convener of the Power of Data, I wonder, because all of this work on data and statistics are already existing, so what value addition will the data, will the Power of Data contribute to Nigeria? So over to you.
Thank you very much, moderator. I think a lot has been said, but I'm just going to speak to the issues of UNFPA for us to know what to do. But let me start by congratulating the National Bureau of Statistics for the products that have been launched today. I think they are the gateway to what we are trying to achieve. Let me start by saying that the Power of Data stands at the gateway. It is a tool that with the whole partners in Nigeria, including government, working with government, can use to harness, like the term says, the power of data for evidence, for planning, for monitoring, and so on and so forth. But with regards to UNFPA, UNFPA is a sexual and reproductive agency, and we work to achieve 3 transformative results, but we've added the 4th one. And the first one is unmet need to reduce unmet need for family planning to 0, reduce maternal mortality to 0, also reduce GBV harmful practices to 0. But recently, to adopt demographic change, which is to ensure that we achieve our demographic transition. These are our 4 basic transformative results, and these have very, very big and huge data requirements, which UNFPA tries to address. One of our biggest convening powers that we have globally is population and housing census. We've supported census in Nigeria since 1973. The last census was conducted in 2006. We got close to one in 2023, but unfortunately it was postponed. But we're still working with government, supporting the National Population Commission and of course, the National Bureau of Statistics to ensure that this happens. We thank God the President has appointed a new chairman for the National Population Commission. The other thing that we do, which we're a convener, is CRVS, Civil Registration and Vital Statistics. Globally, we house the Center of Excellence for CRVS. At the country level, we support capacity training to achieve this. One of the biggest undoing of CRVS in Nigeria is fragmentation. And it's one of the things I'm going to suggest that you should address for us to move forward. But we support capacity building with regards to CRVS. And our main responsibility, even though our main responsibility is for registration of marriage and divorce, but we also support advocacy for birth registration, to achieve our demographic dividend programming. We also support government to strengthen the capacity of government to put in place what we call demographic dividend profile, which is an assessment of the entire structure of the population to know where the country is, the contribution of the various population ages to the development, for them to know where to come in. That assessment has shown that the labor structure of Nigeria is still very small. We need to grow it. Dependency ratio is very, very high. We have done that at the national level twice. We did the first national profile in 2018, and we've just concluded the second one this year. The report will be released next year. The results are almost the same. There's not much change. We've helped states. We do it also at the state level. We've helped 3 states to put in place state-level demographic dividend profile. It's a robust analysis of the structure of the population with the contribution of every age group. Now, the 4th issue that UNFPA is good at convening globally and nationally is GBV, gender and GBV data. We've been able to work with government to put in place GBV IMS in the Northeast since 2015, and we're trying to roll out GBV CIMS, Case Management Information System, with NBS. We're the convening power. We're working with all partners on the platform to achieve that. And last but not least is, of course, data to address our value chain for family planning, where we've been conducting a UNFPA supply survey. We've done about 11 rounds in this country to generate information so that we know where there are stockouts for us to provide services for people to get services in order to address the issue of demographic transition. With regards to what we can do to move forward, to achieve the power of the data, to harness the power of data, we have so much fragmentation. Everybody is just doing things without. I know the statistician general will remember this. Me and him, we had a discussion in the past on what we need to do, and we discussed the concept of data warehouse, where if we can adopt data warehouse, since NBS is the data bank, it becomes the central point while all data is thrown into the system, and the system is able to bring out, generate all types of data into the various segments. People can just go in and mine to get what they want. Central bank can go in and mine to get what they want. Housing can go into mine, but that requires a lot of infrastructure. And I think very, very few countries have achieved that. So that way, that will address, probably address fragmentation. But fragmentation is a big challenge. For CRVS, everybody is doing it. Local governments are doing it. States are doing it. Ministries are doing it. And there's no central district. So there are efforts now to harmonize the whole process. There's a law currently in the National Assembly to achieve that. But I think one key thing for us to achieve the power of power of data is to ensure that we advocate to government, work with government to ensure that we achieve harmonization of CRVS for us to get the kind of data we want. The other thing I wanted to talk about is the issue of law. Most of our data generation exercise do not have laws, and so government is not obliged to do them. For instance, census. Globally, the protocol is that census should be conducted every 10 years. But government is not obliged to do it. And so they don't take it serious. Probably if we have a law on some of this framework, government will be able to invest in it. We've already been told that data collection is capital intensive and government cannot do it alone. But if we have a law with a framework of partnership and collaboration where all partners are encouraged to contribute to it, government should be able to achieve. And for an exercise, census, yes, is very capital expensive. People are saying that, why do we need to do a census when we have CRVS? For now, we need at least one census. If we need one census for us to have the baseline, because there are a lot of information in the SDGs that we don't have baseline. The denominator depends on census data. So if we can have a robust census, particularly the one that Nigeria is trying to roll out, a biometric and digital census, if we have that, it will be able to provide us with a baseline, and then we now focus on strengthening CRVS for us to go forward. These are some of the things. I think a lot have been said. I don't want to repeat all that has been said already around it. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you very much. I think the key messages I'm getting is the importance of harmonization. I think a key challenge we have is the fragmentation of all the initiatives on data and statistics. Second, it's the important role of having that legal framework, such as a law that governs the data and the important role of census. Maybe before I go to for the next round of questions, I wonder if there are any questions from colleagues or some comments, suggestion. Yes, there's one. Please, Olga. And if you can introduce yourself, your organization, and if you can be direct to the point on the question.
Thank you. My name is Olusonya Elisha Olubusoye. I'm from Department of Statistics, University of Ibadan. A professor. I'm president of Nigerian Association of Macroeconomic Modelers. My intervention is more like a prayer. If you look very closely, one critical component of national statistical system is underrepresented, and that is the statistical training centers, the tertiary institutions, the academia. It appears this is the trend. When we sideline our institutions, we are to produce generations of statisticians that we make this initiative sustainable. We cannot put them behind. There is need to have this strong connection. And I know the Statistician General is working hard on that. Beyond that, we focus more on the national. Most of our sub-national institutions, agencies, produce data, but there is lack of capacity. And this is another area where the training institutions can provide support. We have to grow from the bottom to the top. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very important message. Yes. Yep. Just a very important point on capacity building as well as inclusion of all the important stakeholders to be part. And I think this is a good feedback as we implement the Power of Data initiative. We have a roadmap and to ensure that each and every critical stakeholders are part of it. Now we are now on the concluding part of our panel discussion. Maybe I'll give the mic to the panel members to answer one concluding question. In one word, how will you describe the future of data and statistics in Nigeria? In one word, how will you describe the future of data and statistics in Nigeria? So, Dr. Bala, over to you.
The future of data is oil.
It's all right.
I would say the future of data is promising.
I think I'll join in the promise too. I think it's very, very, very promising.
Let me join the third group. It's very promising because with the Power of Data initiative framework being set in place, we have very promising potentials with the training institutions also here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll say the future is bright because you can begin to see a groundswell of education regarding data and its importance. And of course, we have the backup from universities also producing young Nigerians who understand data. Data is the future is also data. Thank you.
Okay. So for me, I think it's mixed. It depends on us. I mean, policy is good, but implementation is the best. So thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a good wrap on this panel. It is promising, but it's up to us to make this happen. So with that, thank you very much and have a nice day.
Please, can we put our hands together for the panelists? Before you go, let me invite the Station General to join you for a group photograph, please. Yes, maybe step down or up. Okay, step down. Okay, up. The cameraman said up. Okay, we want to capture the up. Where is okay. Thank you. Please, let's still appreciate them. Especially, you can see leadership is all that is important as far as Nigeria is concerned and as far as our society is concerned. Dr. Wayne, thank you for that leadership role. Thank you. God bless you. I can see why we are prospering in so many ways. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, come. Please, yes, because we are working, yes. There, thank you. Thank you very much. Let me use one opportunity to answer a number of questions I have seen. A lot of people go with the program, but one thing they kept asking me that they didn't see any lunch in the program. Is there any lunch? Let me answer yes, that there is lunch, please. Let know your mind be troubled. Thank you very much. God bless you for those who, yes. If there was none, we will not be keeping you to this hour. At this point, we've had everything we've seen. Now, after here, what is next? And I think it is very important. Before we take the vote of thanks, may I invite Victor from the Global Alliance for SDGs to tell us what we expect next for the next step. Yes, Victor? Okay. Victor says it's not good for man to be alone, as said by God, but I've been standing here alone. I don't know why Victor is. Okay, Victor, you and Anne? Okay, all right. Two heads are better than one.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Very good afternoon, SG and Excellencies. Thank you for a very productive launch. So we're just going to take the next steps together. So I'm going to take one part of it, then Mr. Victor will take the other part of the next steps, because we spoke about taking action. So it's important for us to leave here with some idea in terms of how can we move forward with the POD. So first of all, we're going to start with the first takeaways for us, or next steps, is to activate the governance and national leadership. And we're looking at the timeline of Q1 to Q2 of 2026. And what this really means is to, first of all, inaugurate the National Data Steering Committee, which is very critical. Then we have the POD Technical Working Group. We already have that, but it would be nice for us to maybe expand it a little bit more. This is very critical because it will help us to have stability and, of course, coordination in terms of the governance structure. Next, the next step for number 2 is to strengthen the national coordination and partnerships. This is very critical because, you know, Nigeria is a very beautiful country, but it's important that we put in place, you know, mechanisms to coordinate this particular project. One is to map and align all existing data coordination platforms. So we understand that we have the National Consultative Committee of Statistics, we have the Round Table on Statistics, and the different platforms that already exist in the line MDAs. It's important that we align all of these existing structures or platforms, put them in one loop. We are suggesting that we have a national data partnership platform. That is the suggestion. And this is in the pages of our, the power of data, which is pages 26 and 32. Most of what we have extracted is contained in the POD. The outcome for this would help us to have a thriving and more collaborative ecosystem. It will help us also reduce duplication across board, both the federal and subnational level. The third next step for us is to advance data infrastructure. This is very critical because it is it's a new era, AI, big data, so it's important that we put in place structures. We already have the integrated system of administrative statistics, ISAS, which has 15 MDAs we have on that platform. The plan is to expand this going forward. At this point, I want to hand over the mic to Mr. Victor to take number 4 and to the 7th one. Over to Mr. Victor. A round of applause for Mr. Victor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Anne. I didn't want to come here and stand alone. On behalf of Wayne, the entire panel was men, no men. And so I decided I wasn't going to be standing here alone, that she had to also stand here. So in respect of all the women in the room, I think the men stood up and represented all of you. Thank you so much, all the women in the room. I represent the Global Partnership at the UN Foundation, and we're very strong on inclusion. Anne has started out outlining what our next key steps should be as we hit the road after the launch. The real work, is about to begin, and it requires, commitment from all of us, and, we would be working with everyone to making sure that we can achieve the key things that have been documented in the plan of action. One of the key things that will be done is how to work together to mobilize financing on a sustainable basis. When I still represented the NSDS, we saw how much would be needed, to put it to work, $870-something million. That's a lot of money. It means that we must look beyond dollar and kobo. We need all the technical assistance, the coordinated, support of all the partners in the room. I think one of the biggest things we need to do within the dimension of mobilizing sustainable financing is to look at a national data financing strategy. We have a huge budget, but what is that strategy for that would drive, the commitment from stakeholders and partners to ensure that we get the required financing that we need? We have done this in a number of countries in Africa. Some of the countries in Africa are ensuring that within the Power of Data Plan of Action, they are mandating actually that all MDAs, and this is an alignment with the African Union recommendation, that 0.15% of your national budget or the ministry's budget be dedicated to funding data and statistical development. It's an AU prescription. Botswana had written it into their plan of action. It's gone on to the presidency. Cape Verde have done the same thing. Sierra Leone is also doing the same thing, pushing to the presidency, saying that there has to be a mandate to all ministries, departments, and agencies to dedicate 0.15% of their budgets to supporting data and statistical development. So I think this is something that we can consider here, but more importantly, it's also to have an advocacy that helps us to drive this agenda. Looking at the cost of inaction versus the data dividend, narrative that we very strongly have talked about here today. For every $1 you invest, you get $32 back. The fifth thing that we need to do as key next steps is to now begin to focus on building capacity and skills across the national statistical system. And our professor had, highlighted how very important that is. In Ghana, what they have done as part of their plan of action is mandating that data science and AI training would be done across all of the MDAs and MMDAs. The MMDAs are at the district level. And so there's a national plan being put together to ensure that there would be an extensive training on data science and AI for data and statistical use. And I think here we're also looking at how do we include data the issue of data ethics, stewardship, privacy, interoperability, even in the training that civil servants do undertake at the civil service training. The Minister of Planning in Sierra Leone is mandating this. That all civil servants who going forward will go through the civil service training, there must be a module on data stewardship, ethics, data governance, etc. That foundation needs to start from there. And I'm glad our professor is also talking about that in terms of what happens at the institutional level. Number 6 is that we can now begin to identify some high-end use cases, within which we can start the implementation of the power of data. The use cases should be aligned with the priorities of government, particularly in line with the National Development Plan of government. And finally, not to hold you between, we're standing between them and lunch, is to ensure that we have a very robust monitoring, evaluation, and learning system, that basically speaks of a theory of change that will be well, monitored, that is aligned with the NSDS, that also speaks into the development framework for Nigeria. And all of us working together to ensure that when we leave this place, this whole thing is not going to end on the shelf. Everyone must be working together, the academia, the civil society, our data hubs in the country, youth groups, women as well, all of us working together to ensure that data is put center and front of our national development. Thank you very much, and have a good lunch.
All right, can we appreciate the two of them? Before we round up, please, while the vote of thanks is going on, if you have not received your award package for the lunch, please let me know so that I can announce it here. While I ask the vote of thanks from Anne Ibrahim, of course, what do they call you? Your official title here.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So, once again, good afternoon. Straight on to the vote of thanks. On behalf of National Bureau of Statistics, I'm deeply honored to be given this enviable task of giving this vote of thanks at the conclusion of today's historic launch of Power of Data High Impact Initiative. It also is a great honor for me because we also launched 2 different very important reports, the National Strategy for Development of Statistics and also the review of the SDGs in Nigeria. You all will agree with me that today we have had a very fantastic event. And it's a powerful affirmation of the belief that we all share, that data is central to national progress. We have a lot of work to do. You all will agree with that. And it's our collective responsibility to ensure that we put to work everything that has been said today here. We are especially grateful to the Secretary to the Government of the Federation for his inspiring keynote address and for his clear commitment to championing the power of data agenda in Nigeria. His message has reinforced the importance of political leadership in strengthening the data ecosystem and has given renewed momentum to our collective efforts. I want to sincerely appreciate the Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning for his thoughtful remarks and for the Ministry's continued support to the NBS. This strong collaboration and motherly role has helped us in terms of data-driven planning, ward-level development, and sustained institutional backing. And it sends a very clear message that data remains a national priority. Our profound appreciation also goes that when I say our, that is the team. It goes to our very amiable SG, our boss, our mentor, for his leadership, for his vision, for his very unwavering commitment to driving the modernization of Nigerian statistical system. Under his guidance, NBS continues to thrive to ensure that there's innovation, collaboration. He makes us push the boundaries in pursuit of quality, timely, and inclusive data. Please, a round of applause for my boss. Permit me to also give special appreciation to the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Sustainable Development Goals. We are really grateful for the partnership. We're really grateful for the support. And our regards, warm regards go to Madam. And we send our warmth and all of our love from this house. I don't need to elaborate that, but just to say, we send our regards. And we're really grateful for the support that has been provided to us over the years to ensure that there's data for tracking the SDGs in Nigeria. A round of applause. We're also grateful to our development partners. No special or, but just to say, let's start from the UNICEF. We're grateful to UNICEF, we're grateful to World Bank, we're grateful to the RCO office, to UNFPA. We're grateful for the support and all the development partners for working with us, for providing both technical and financial support to the Bureau. We are really grateful for that. I want to acknowledge the colleagues from the line MDAs and also the State Bureaus of Statistics, the private sector, civil society, the academia, the media. We are really grateful that your presence here has been very important to us. And it's proved that data is not a one-man show. It's our collective responsibility. Special thanks goes to the technical working group of the POD for developing this roadmap. Of course, this wouldn't have been possible without the support from the consultant. We're really grateful to Sir Adekunle and of course Madam Segi for helping us put together this roadmap. Another round of applause for her, please. And of course, the people that have, my team that have put together this particular launch, we are grateful to everyone for all of the support. Special thanks to the interpreters, to the MC, to the media team, everyone. We're really grateful. I wish you a very fruitful day and enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will, in conclusion, just use 2 or 3 people like samples. I want to appreciate the person I call the mother of statistics, the head of statistics of the University of Ibadan, and the first woman in Africa to celebrate the World Statistics Day. Please, let's appreciate her. Thank you, Ma. Thank you so much for coming. And thank you to our media team for a wonderful work, clarity of pictures. We hope as the AG has rebased you, you too will also show in the same way. And to the author of Good Life, the SG, thank you very much, sir. I wouldn't be standing here if not because of you. I'm not like killing the drone. He said he was drunk on stage because of NTA. Me, I'm standing here because of you. So even if they don't thank me, I always thank myself. So I thank you and I also thank myself. And to all of us, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Wayne and every other person, see you next time. But remember, I forgot to say this, please, as far as NBS is concerned, when we keep time for occasion and say 10 o'clock, trust NBS is 10 o'clock. The minister knew it, and that was why he came at 10 o'clock. The SG was here, and these chairs were back. And let me assure you, if NBS gives you 10 o'clock, you come and see every staff of NBS here before 10 o'clock. So that next time, this is where we are different from other ministries. I didn't call any name, but